Damn it. Hey everybody.
You're watching the legal...
What the hell are you all doing?
breakdown. Glenn, we have some breaking news here in terms of who Donald Trump is staffing the highest levels of the Department of Justice with. Specifically, some folks who represented him as a criminal defendant. What are the implications of this?
You know, the implications is Donald Trump seems to be attempting to convert the Department of Justice from the people's law firm to Donald Trump's law firm. I mean, you know, you couldn't make this kind of stuff up if you tried. He took 3 of his longtime...
The Tyson fight isn't going to start until pretty late, dude. There's 3 other events that are... Oh, hey, Gum Gum. Oh... Gummy. Gum Gum. What are you up to, Gum Gum? Yeah, there's 3 events. They're doing a bunch of bullshit right now. Where they're like hyping up the fight. Nah, didn't watch the new CoffeeZilla vid. I gotta watch it.
criminal defense attorneys.
What am I eating? I'm eating chickpeas with sunflower seeds with Korean barbecue sauce.
And named them to literally some of the highest posts at the Department of Justice. Of course, we already have, you know, Matt Gaetz, what could possibly go wrong, as Attorney General. At least that is who Donald Trump says he intends to appoint. We'll see if that actually comes to fruition. But now he has named 3 of his criminal defense attorneys. Todd Blanche, importantly, to the number 2 position at DOJ, the Deputy Attorney General. That is the Attorney General's right-hand man in the room for all decisions. And then the other one that I think is really important and frankly horrific for the people of the United States is the Solicitor General appointment. What is the Solicitor General? That's the person who basically is in charge of all Supreme Court litigation. So, for example, what positions should the United States of America take in front of the Supreme Court in cases?
No, it didn't work out today. I started getting really fucking dizzy again, and not feeling great, so took another day off. Oh, there's Gum Gum.
Is like, oh, I don't know, whether a woman should have any constitutional privacy rights to make her own reproductive health decisions or not. Those are the kinds of decisions that the Solicitor General makes. What positions should we take? What do we think is in the best interest of the American people? And the attorney that Donald Trump has named for that post is John Sauer, who...
I got the job. This place seems legit. You can choose to start out $500 plus bonuses, or go 8% commission for average 15K 30K sales with some much higher, and then they give 2K for each referral. They also provide all the training you need.
Well, again, sales is pretty tough, so yeah, there's a lot of money-making potential for sure, but it's hard to actually get sales. But good luck, Axel. Appreciate the donation, dude.
Who is John Sauer? Well, I've been in court a couple of times when John Sauer made his arguments on behalf of Donald Trump. And I think the most infamous argument, one that will ultimately go down as one of the more horrific things an attorney ever urged a court to do. John Sauer said when he was arguing before the D.C. Federal Circuit Court of Appeals that he believes it is an official presidential act for a president of the United States to use the military, SEAL Team 6, to, let's say, take care of his political opponent. John Sauer said that is an official presidential act, and a president could not be criminally prosecuted for it. That is the stuff of banana republics, and that's who John Sauer is. That's who Donald Trump has said he will appoint as Solicitor General, making some of the most consequential decisions for the people of America.
What does it say in terms of the practical effects of having somebody who we already know not only believes that a president could use our own military to have a political opponent assassinated, but now is in a position where the president could actually do such a thing? He's in a position of power where he has the ability to do that, and the Supreme Court has given him the green light to do it.
Yeah, I mean, I want to say in knee-jerk fashion,
I don't know why Biden wouldn't just have Trump assassinated since he has the immunity to do it.
Abandon hope, all ye who enter. But I'm not going to say that, Brian, because we have to keep fighting against these dark forces, and we have to find the points of light where we can amidst the darkness. So here is what I am hoping will constrain guys like John Sauer and Todd Blanche, and if it comes to pass, Attorney General Matt Gaetz. We have a federal judiciary that by and large remains strong. Now, I'm not going to go to the rot at the top, the Supreme Court. That's a significant darkness that we need to find some light to be able to pierce. But here's the thing. All of the issues that are going to be litigated for the first 2, 3, even 4 years of Donald Trump's next administration.
Thoughts on Sydney Sweeney? Is she not muscular enough for you?
Who is that? Oh, her.
Do you think I should start out with the $500 a week plus bonuses then? I can switch whenever. This may lead to vegan awareness potential as well.
You might want to play it safe and do that. It really depends. I don't know how confident you are when it comes to, like, sales. So it really depends. But yeah, the safer bet, if you have no experience in sales, would be to take the $500 a week plus bonuses. Thanks for the donation, though, Axel. I don't think Sydney Sweeney's attractive. It's not my type. Thanks for the donation, Axel. Or Alex. Fart Gay, donate $2, watch at $31.50.
Carnivore diet first, yes. What is the short nickname for Richard again? It's Vagina Stains. Or you pathetic cunt will do as well.
Dude, this is 30 minutes after we had that debate, and he's still fucking raging and salty.
You pathetic, ignorant, stupid cunt. That's short for Vagina Stains. Right. Good. What else have we got? Stem and Hunt.
Stem Enhancer Ultra Lol Grifter.
Ultra. Lol. Grifter. Goodbye. 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 We're going to...
Oh, I love how people are shitting on him for the stem cell support.
ban you from the channel. Sorry. Why should I?
Oh my god, what a fucking loser. Like, I love how he went on a fucking ramble about how drug companies are just trying to make money, then he promotes some bullshit fucking supplement, and then he, like, just rage quits the fucking stream when I bring that up. Thanks for the donation, Fart Gay.
Good evening, VG. I really and truthfully hope that you are doing great tonight. So, I decided that enough's enough and crank up the intensity with my fat loss. I'm doing less than 2,000 calories/day. Also,
Hey! Dum Dum,
Yes?
you give me gum gum.
I give you gum gum?
You do Dum Dum, you give me gum gum.
Yes, gum gum. I love my gum gum. Well, make sure whatever you're doing, you're able to actually adhere to. If you're only able to follow a diet for like a few days and then you just go off, it's not really much good. Thanks for the donation though, Ben.
Will be litigated in the trial courts. And let me tell you, the federal trial court judges remain strong, they remain loyal to the law and the Constitution, and they will be a considerable bulwark against the coming lawlessness in the event that's the way Donald Trump's Department of Justice decides to go, veering in favor of lawlessness. Now, there have been Trump-appointed judges, for example, who have been presiding over January 6th insurrection cases, and they have been ruling against the insurrectionists over and over and over again. Most recently, literally in recent days, Brian, these J6 defendants who attacked the Capitol on Donald Trump's orders have been saying, Judge, I am filing a motion to stop my prosecution right now because Donald Trump has promised me a pardon. So it would be unfair for you to continue these prosecutions or for you to sentence me tomorrow or next week. And even the Trump-appointed judges, Brian, are saying, no, we're moving forward. You know, that is a considerable point of light. Donald Trump's administration will try to do all sorts of nefarious, illegal, and unconstitutional things, and I still have confidence in the federal trial court judges who will act as that bulwark.
Glenn, I'm trying to think of whether the specific people that Trump is naming are cause for concern versus anyone really who Donald Trump is willing to name right now. We kind of know that they're going to be pliable to such a degree that they're going to really serve as vessels for whatever he wants. So do you look at this as, okay, this person in particular is a danger as opposed to somebody else? Or do you just look at it as everybody is basically the same degree of dangerous because they were nominated by Donald Trump, and what that means at its core is that they're just likely going to do his bidding regardless?
You know, Brian, that's the perfect question, because just as we were discussing how some of the federal judges appointed by Judge have held strong and been loyal to the rule of law and rejected positions that even Trump's own lawyers were taking in some...
Do you think you will ever stop being vegan, and who do you think is going to win the boxing match tonight?
No, I'm never gonna stop being vegan. And, I'm gonna put my money on Mike Tyson. I know with his age, odds are kind of against him, but putting my money on Mike. Thanks for the donation, Aaron Haas.
Litigation. I do not view, for example, Todd Blanche, who Donald Trump just said he's going to make the number 2 guy at the Department of Justice, the Deputy Attorney General, as being, you know, the same as or interchangeable with Matt Gaetz, because, you know, Matt Gaetz has no business practicing law, never mind being Attorney General. He's never spent one day as a prosecutor or inside the Department of Justice. Of course, he's got his own relatively minor criminal history. We've all seen his mugshot. And of course, importantly, Brian, Matt Gaetz asked for a presidential pardon to absolve him of all crimes, not just on and around January 6th. He asked for a more sweeping blanket pardon than Gerald Ford delivered to Richard Nixon. For real, that is the reporting. So, this guy must believe he has lived a life of lawlessness, or he wouldn't have had to have asked for a pardon to cover him for his entire life. This is not the kind of guy who has any business heading up the Department of Justice.
Well, I was initially successful by losing 30 pounds in the first 6 weeks of my aggressive calorie deficit, where I was eating close to 2,000 calories. But after 6 weeks, I got sick and couldn't eat, BC vomiting. But now I'm not anymore, lol, and I'm determined, smile.
All right. Well, best of luck to you, Ben. All you have to do is just stick to the diet, and you'll get to where you want to go. Thanks for the donation, though, dude.
Of course, we're also kind of sitting on pins and needles waiting to see if we're going to see the House Ethics Committee report about Matt Gaetz' misconduct that was part and parcel of the criminal investigation into allegations of sex trafficking. So, I see Todd Blanche, who was a fairly respectable lawyer when he was serving as Donald Trump's defense attorney. I would keep up day to day with what was going on in, for example, the criminal prosecution of
Ben Boy, don't need to liars. I like abusing my cat because she isn't vegan. Well, that's not abusing the cat. That's just playing with the cat. That's a nice kitty. Thanks for the donation, though, Ben Boy.
Up in New York. Now, Blanche lost that case for his client, Donald Trump. He was convicted of 34 felony counts, but, he was acting sort of respectably for the most part as a lawyer. And importantly, Todd Blanche is a former federal prosecutor from the Southern District of New York. So I would like to think he has that core of law and order that he should have brought with him to his responsibilities as a federal prosecutor previously in New York. So, no, I don't see Todd Blanche as being indistinguishable from Matt Gaetz. And I hope Todd Blanche steps up, steps into the position, and, does the work of the American people, regardless of whether that work, serves to the benefit or the detriment of Donald Trump. That is my hope.
Well, to that point, Glenn, what does it say that Donald Trump's team is now skipping FBI background checks for certain cabinet picks, including, as you just mentioned, Matt Gaetz and also someone like Tulsi Gabbard?
Yeah, let's hope that the FBI and the rule of law wins the day when it comes to that battle, because how in the world can we put people in the upper echelons of government, including being responsible for national defense, national security decisions, if they have not had a background check to make sure they are not compromised or susceptible to compromise? I went through background check after background check, both in the Army, and those are administered by the Department of Defense, and once I became a federal prosecutor at the Department of Justice, those background checks are administered by the FBI. Plus, Brian, for every 5 years I was a Fed, I got an
Yes, I like Ital food. It's really good.
updated background check. So we take our security very seriously in the federal government. And if Donald Trump is successful in waving off background checks for some of the folks at the highest levels of government, we are simply moving in the direction of becoming Russia, where you have a dear leader, everybody feeds dear leader, he's got that level of wealthy oligarchs right beneath him, and the rest of the country, that would be you, me, and everybody watching this video right now, are standing on lines for toilet paper in the coming years.
Yeah. Well, we will, of course, stay on top of who Donald Trump continues to pick for his cabinet, including who he will staff the DOJ with, which is something that you've been especially focused on thus far. So for those who are watching, if you want to follow along and support our work, the links to both of our channels are right here on the screen. That is the best way to support us, and it's the best way to join us in this fight as we enter this period of uncertainty moving forward. I'm Brian Tyler Cohen.
And I'm Glenn Kirsch.
You're watching The Legal Breakdown. Glenn, the biggest news in the nomination space right now is that Matt Gaetz has been nominated by Donald Trump as Attorney General. So first and foremost, how seriously are you taking this nomination?
Not very seriously. You know, my $1 betting limit, Brian, I think I would put about 75 cents of my maximum bet on Gaetz' name.
Oh, Gum. Oh, I love you, Gum. You are so beautiful. Oh my God, just look how handsome you are. Just look how handsome. You are such a beautiful baby, and I love you. Gummy and I are friends now. He bit my armpit last night. He stuffed his head in my armpit and then he bit me. I don't think he meant anything by it. He's just weird. He likes biting my armpits for no reason. Isn't that right?
Being withdrawn. I don't even think he makes it to the confirmation hearings, but if he does, it will be a bloodbath, you know, based on some of what we know Gaetz has done and advocated for over his career. Now, I mean, I take it seriously because it sends a message to not only the good people of the United States, the good people of the Department of Justice and the world, that somebody who was investigated by the FBI for sex trafficking allegations, and, you know, even though it's important to add when we talk about the fact that he was investigated, that the Department of Justice never moved on to indicting him. What was part and parcel of that investigation? Well, a federal judge signed a search warrant. Why? Because there was evidence to support a probable cause showing that there was crime.
Weirdos, $22. Who do you think will win between Tyson and Jake Paul? What the fuck is this?
Yeah, apparently in the UK they are.
I think Tyson's gonna win.
This is me 1 year ago.
We've already watched that video, but we can take a look at this. Thanks for the donation, weirdos.
Talking about, I guess their Prime Minister Keir Starmer's talking about reducing beef, meat, and dairy production by about 20% in effort to sort of save the climate. Now, predictably and understandably and you know, happily, the vast majority of people think that's absolute garbage. You know, I'd asked some people what they thought about that. All of them said, I'm going to eat 20% more because this is absolutely nuts. And that's the right attitude, quite honestly, because as Elon Musk has said recently on a Joe Rogan podcast, cattle have almost zero impact on the climate when the reality is actually looked at. It's
No, it's about, if you eliminate all animal agriculture, it's about a 30% contribution.
infinitesimally small. And, you know, the unfortunate thing is it's not what you want and what you're willing to comply to. You can say, I'm not going to comply, but what they do and what they're planning on doing is, you know, in the UK, they're going to create legislation that'll put a lot of the farmers out of business. They will, one way or another, force this to happen. Either they will price it beyond a lot of people's ability to pay for it, so this disproportionately affects those people in the lower socioeconomic classes, so that then their health tends to suffer more and more. They become more and more.
Yes, if only poor people could eat steak every day, then they'd be healthy.
More dependent upon the state and, you know, prescriptions and so on and so forth. This is, you know, playing right into this World Economic Forum globalist sort of plan. You know, they will do something to make this more difficult for you to do, unless this is viciously opposed with every means possible. So the farmers need to be supported. You know, when we look at the numbers, like, let's take a look at this map. This is a comparison of India, a country of 1.4 billion people, versus the United States, a country of 330 billion people. And, you know, we've got 307 million head of cattle in India. Now, my question to you is, do sacred cow farts not cause climate change? You know, because are you going to...
India has some of the worst air and water pollution on the fucking planet. And India is just absolutely fucking filthy as well. So why would he use India as an example of, oh, well, India's doing just fine for their environment, and they have 3 times as many cows as us. They have like some of the worst smog in the entire world. They have some of the worst water quality in the entire world. Polio still exists there. If you just go anywhere in India, it's fucking filthy and dirty. There's cow shit all over the fucking place. Their air quality is terrible. Like, yeah, so maybe we shouldn't triple our cattle production like India. I don't know. Fucking idiot. YouTube commenter donating $2. You're welcome, Random Gale.
I investigated Mr. Beast, who is recently...
All right, we'll watch that next. Thanks for the donation.
Expect the people in India to start slaughtering all their sacred cows? No, that's not going to happen. And so with the UK, where they have something like 11 million cows, the difference, again, data shows, according to EPA estimates and some other things, that if every American, all 330 million of us, gave up all meat, all dairy, all animal products, right? And we slaughtered all our cows and we got them off the planet Earth, it would make about a 0.4% difference to
He's just making that number up.
Worldwide greenhouse.
Like, by the way, Avi pointed this out to him on fucking Twitter, and then this dipshit blocked Avi. If you look at the EPA data, they claimed enteric emissions alone account for, I think, 4% of total greenhouse gas emissions. So when he says it would only make a 0.4% difference, how is that mathematically possible when enteric emissions alone, according to the EPA, account for 4%? Like, he's just making up numbers.
Gas emissions. This is meaningless. This has almost no effect. The UK with, would be, significantly less than that. It would be infinitesimally small. It'd be something like less than 0.1%. So it's just insane.
That's a cool story, dude.
People are proposing this legislation. The outcome will be more sick people. Hopefully you got cows when managed. Would you go after people that are hardworking?
What a dumbass.
Recently accused of making $23 million with insider trading and scams. I wanted to know the full story, so I reached out to everyone, from researchers to crypto projects, even to Mr. Beast himself. And let me say, the story is more complicated than you think. I want to be clear. What Mr. Beast did, what his team did, is shady. But what we care about is, did he cross that bright red line from shady to illegal scam? And contrary to what Twitter says, I don't think that's an easy answer. Instead, I think the answer will depend on you. If you love Mr. Beast, there will be an explanation at every turn and a scapegoat. But if you hate Mr. Beast, what I'm about to show you will seem unethical and like a clear abuse of fame for money. So already, this story is difficult, but I want to make you aware of 2 more things which matter. First, I have gone to Mr. Beast's team to...
Do you think Shawn Baker's retarded or purposefully lying? Both.
Try to fact check this story extensively, and they decline to fact check or comment.
Bucket full of tofu, donating $2. Higgins, who do you have your money on tonight? Even though Mike is 58, he's still quick as fuck for his age, but that doesn't mean Jake is finished either. He proven himself well over the years, and he might actually have a chance, but I just don't know. Yeah, I don't know with 100% certainty either. But my money's on Mike Tyson. We'll see what happens, though. Thanks for the donation, bucket full of tofu.
On my many questions. Instead, they gave me a statement, which we will get to. Secondly, I have a bit of history with Mr. Beast. I interviewed and spoke positively about him in the past, but also his new co-founder is suing me, and his other co-founder threatened to sue me. So you can make of that what you will. As always, I just want to let you know where I'm coming from, and I've tried to get all sides of the story. We're going to start with the major allegations against Mr. Beast and build on those. They come from two sources. Firstly, an investigation by Soma XBT, which claims MrBeast made $10 million by backing low-cap crypto tokens, which are down 90%. And the second investigation comes from a group of 5 people who investigated MrBeast and found $23 million in profits from, quote, scams, shady deals, and his network. Now, there are a lot of crypto projects they go over, and I want to be clear. Some of these allegations I agree are bad. Others I think are actually worse than have been reported, and still other allegations I simply disagree with them on. So we're going to start with what I don't agree with. According to the report, Polychain Monsters, or PMON, is a project which KSI promoted heavily. MrBeast did not. But MrBeast did get in the pre-sale and make a lot of money. And thus, the conclusion is made, it's highly likely MrBeast made an investment from that insider information of KSI's promotional deal. But there's simply no evidence provided of this. I have the same thoughts about Jigstack, another coin which KSI promoted, and the conclusion is, though MrBeast did not officially follow Jigstack, in his network, KSI was involved in promoting Jigstack. From this information, MrBeast invested and made a large return. Here, again, there isn't concrete proof.
Alex Jones has sold out to the Onan and Trump has answer at Nerney being accused of sexual misconduct. Link here and here.
We're gonna beat these people. I'm not trying to be dramatic here, but it's been a
All
hard
right,
fight.
thanks, Dodo.
These people hate our children.
Nobody hates your children, Alex. But Alex Jones has officially lost his media company, InfoWars, in a bankruptcy auction. Yes, this has to do with the defamation case that he lost, shooting an incredibly tragic school shooting. Jones made the announcement on X this morning. Let's take a look.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is 7:50 right now. I'm about to upload this to X. I just got word 15 minutes ago that my lawyers and folks met with the U.S. trustee over our bankruptcy this morning, and they said they're shutting us down even without a court order. This morning, the Connecticut Democrats with the Onion newspaper bought us. They asked, did they outbid? They said, well, it was competitive. So they changed all the bidding rules, made it secret 2 days ago. I had a bad feeling. I told you that.
Oh, here we go.
Just like they tried to shut us down back in late May without a court order. They're supposed to have a court order. There's going to be injunctions filed. I'm about to go live out of Harrison.
He's fucking making conspiracy theories about shit again.
This American Journal studio. I don't know what's going to happen, but I'm going to be here until they come in here and turn the lights off. I'm going to say, where's your court order?
All right, well, you do that. Now, the Onion CEO, Ben Collins, also confirmed the sale via Bluesky or Blue Sky, depending on how you like to say it. He writes, hi, everyone. The Onion, with the help of the Sandy Hook families, has purchased InfoWars. We are planning on making it a very funny, very stupid website. We have retained the services of some Onion and Clickhole Hall of Famers to pull this off. I can't wait to show you what we have cooked up.
Yeah, I wonder what the Onion's gonna do with InfoWars. It's pretty hilarious.
It has now been revealed that Fox host Pete Hegseth, Donald Trump's pick to be Secretary of Defense, that's not a joke, he actually did that.
This guy looks like he'd do sexually inappropriate things. You can tell just by his face. Grey Knight donate $2 in LFO. Look how pathetic Pally fakers tried to do. Fake AI imaging Mike Tyson with Palestinian flag. Are you kidding me? If I was Mike Tyson, I'd like fucking sue them. Dude, these people are fucking pathetic retards. That doesn't even look like his face. That's clearly AI. Everyone's an idiot. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight.
Has previously faced accusations of sexual assault. And according to Vanity Fair, the alleged incident took place in Monterey, California in October of 2017 at a hotel that was hosting a gathering of Republican women. Now, the police of Monterey have confirmed that they did investigate him for sexual assault. In the end, he was not charged with a crime, and the city of Monterey police, in its statement citing a police report, did not release any information about the alleged victim, who reported the incident on October 12th of that year. That was 5 days after the alleged assault. And so no actual crime was charged, but in the police's statement about the investigation, they wrote that the victim had, quote, contusions to right thigh. And I want you to just remember that for later on in the story, that that's a thing the police said they found when they investigated it. Now, as of right now, it's not looking like we're gonna have any more details, though. The city said it's not going to release the full police report. This is an age we're in of reports not being released. Get used to that.
Jesus Christ, I wonder how many more rapists Trump has in office.
Yeah, we got Matt Gaetz, Pete Hegseth. Any other Republican sex offenders? Sure there are. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
That. But the incoming chief of staff for the Trump administration, Susie Wiles, was apparently told about this, presented with the information about the allegation. And according to a source inside of the transition, it apparently was serious enough that both Wiles and Trump's lawyers spoke to Hegseth about it on Thursday. A source with knowledge of the meeting said that Hegseth said that the allegation stemmed from a consensual encounter and characterized the episode as he said, she said. And so we have statements from both the Trump legal team as
Bucket, donate $2. Yeah, after seeing this, fuck both of them, especially Tyson. So much for loving pigeons. Tyson is a fucking animal abuser. Hope Jake knocks him clean.
Oh, yes, I got you a gift.
Thank you very much.
I got you a gift, Mike.
You want no pigeon?
But I wanted you to have this.
Thank you, Jake.
No fucking way. Wait.
Oh. I've just never seen someone handle a pigeon. Is it a low-budget pigeon?
I'll feed him to my falcon.
Oh.
So that's food?
Yeah. Well, that's terrible. Thanks for the donation, Bucket.
As well as Trump comms and all of that. I do just want to briefly mention that, like, that's supposed to make us feel entirely better about it, that he apparently had a consensual sexual experience, and within 5 days, bearing marks of some sort of potential injury, she was claiming that she had
Just
been
the fact that these rapists are in office makes me fear for the future of this country.
Yeah, who knows what's gonna actually happen. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
sexually assaulted, but don't worry, she's just saying that. I mean, I know that that's a thing that is a common response to allegations of sexual assault, but that doesn't make me feel much better. They're definitely giving off the vibe that that should sweep it under the rug. And again, we're in a difficult position because we're unlikely to get any more information. But it's also concerning, by the way, that although they say they vetted him, they didn't come across this. And remember, he's being vetted apparently to be Secretary of Defense. But a less than a decade-old sexual assault allegation from an event of a bunch of Republicans didn't come up? That seems strange.
Yeah, so I've got strong thoughts, but they lean in two different directions. So depending on which part of the story we're talking about. So first off, of course I'd like.
Now I asked the team who wrote this piece, and the lead author, Casper Vanderlook, told me, quote,
Hey VG, I don't understand. If minorities feel persecuted in India, why can they not democratically push for an independent state? Sikhs were promised that when India was partitioned. Then Punjab was divided. So many people died. It was horrific.
I don't know, blame the British, I guess. Thanks for the donation, the Unkempt.
having known Mr. Beast's having a very strong connection with KSI, it's basically highly probable he was vested as a result of KSI. No concrete evidence, just going off probabilities. But I'm gonna say I don't agree with that, and I'm gonna toss those probabilities aside. I think they reach too far. Instead, I'm gonna stick with what we can prove happened. Luckily, the biggest claims in this report, the biggest moneymakers, are much better supported by evidence. Starting with Super.
Dodo donates, Trump himself is the biggest sex offender of them all. Yeah, he might be.
You know, my mind is open to to this is because Woody Harrelson one time was at my house and he was talking about this. This was probably 10 years ago. And I was saying, come on, that's ridiculous. That's impossible. And he said, come outside with me. And we went outside and we sat on a hillside and we watched these planes fly in a grid pattern, laying out this, a grid of contrails. And then it turned into clouds and we had a cloudy day. And I don't know, I've looked up many times since then and seen that happening. And I don't have a good explanation for it. But, the things that you're saying are consistent, are internally consistent, and they're consistent with things that I've.
Dude, fucking Woody Harrelson convinced him that chemtrails are real. This guy is an actual fucking retard.
Observed. It's amazing to think that they can keep it that secret that well for this long. But, I've seen them do that with other things as well.
This guy's brainworm is just doing havoc on this guy's critical thinking. That reminds me, did I forget my fucking flu shot appointment? No, it's tomorrow. All right. Remember 5 months ago when Finland quietly started vaccinating their population even without having any H5N1 cases? Does she like literally not understand the point of vaccines? Yes, let's wait for people to get polio, before we start vaccinating anybody. Like that's just so retarded. Yeah. Vaccine research, anti-vax research. That's a good one.
A lot of Westerners, when they think of governments, think about governments operating in the interest of their population. So when their decisions don't improve standards of living, security, and things, then we say those aren't good decisions. But that's not the game. In China, for instance, it's all about maintaining the monopoly of the Chinese Communist Party to rule. And if that conflicts with having higher living standards, you better believe they're choosing Communist Party. So you're watching those kind of decisions going on right now where their most talented entrepreneurs are being relieved of their enterprises.
Oh my god, a bird flu pandemic is happening and conservatives are against vaccination. That's scary.
Yep, they can be pretty bad. So it's something to take seriously. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
A lot.
Yeah, and China is driving their economy into the fucking ground. Thanks again, Dodo.
This is the project Mr. Beast is alleged to have made the most amount of money on, over $10 million based on a pre-sale of $100,000. As for evidence, we have leaked screenshots showing Mr. Beast telling Super's founder that he can do 100K. Then we have a wallet that both investigations trace to Mr. Beast, sending 100K to the pre-sale wallet. And then we have the same wallets getting millions of these Super tokens in a period of unlocks, which were almost all sold aggressively. Now, why is this bad? Well, Mr. Beast is obviously hugely influential, and he publicly associated himself with the project twice. Once on March 3rd, 2021, he responded to a tweet with eyeball emojis. And then he interacted a second time on May 12th, 2021. This is much worse. The founder, Elio Trades, had tweeted, "There's a gym sitting there on the market at eye-watering prices, set to explode during the DeFi Summer 2.0. Mr. Beast's response, Super? But what he doesn't say is that he'd already purchased a huge stake in Super at this point, and on the day that he's tweeting, he was selling tokens, allegedly. Not only that, he had been selling tokens and continued to sell tokens. In the 72 hours after the May 12th tweet, Mr.
I don't know how the shit isn't considered like securities fraud. It's kind of insane how like the crypto market just has like no regulation.
Beast sold about $200,000 worth of these tokens. And remember the context. He's responding to the founder of the coin discussing a gym at
You gonna watch Mr. Paul fight Mr. Tyson? Or are you just gonna be like, no, that's retarded? I'm too intelligent to watch retarded rigged fights.
I'm gonna watch the fight. Once it starts, I can't show it on screen, but I'll give like commentary and just react to it off screen. And any of you have a Netflix account can just, you know, watch it along with me. Looks like the first fight finished. So there's 2 more to go. One more couple of dudes and 2 women fighting, then it's the Paul Tyson fight. Thanks for the donation, Dilapidated Dick.
Not Anthropandemic, I can't take all these pandemics.
Well, don't worry. They're probably just going to let the virus spread and kill everyone. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. I think Mike Tyson's gonna win. I really hope he does. Like, yeah, he's 58 years old and everything, and that's gonna work against him, but I really, really hope Mike Tyson wins and beats the fuck out of Jake Paul.
Watering prices that's going to explode during the summer. And Mr. Beast's response is the coin he's selling. So publicly, it's signaling, hey, Super is this undervalued coin, and privately, Mr. Beast allegedly sold. Now, I ran these wallets by Mr. Beast, as well as the accusation, but I didn't get a reply. Instead, I got a heavily lawyered statement from a spokesman, who I'm going to warn you is about to complicate things. Quote, "These investments were made and managed in consultation with industry experts to ensure full compliance with all appropriate rules and regulations. The wallet is not owned or managed by Jimmy, but rather a fund led by respected and sophisticated managers. The fund closely evaluated and scrutinized hundreds and hundreds of opportunities, which resulted in several investments. Some have been more successful, others less, and others still works in progress. The fund's investment strategies apply the same rigorous standards as many other experienced investors in the field." Now, I have a lot of questions, but the big thing is Jimmy denies doing any of the trading or managing the trading and blames it on a fund. So I asked some obvious follow-up questions. What is the name of this fund? Who are the industry experts? And what rules and regulations were followed that allowed you to tweet about a coin while your fund is selling? I didn't get a response. It's worth mentioning the spokesman is Matthew Hiltzik, a well-known crisis management consultant. Thankfully, online, there still are a number of clues we can follow to try to find the right person for this fund. The reason most people link Mr. Beast to this wallet we've been tracking is mostly based on a tweet by Mr. Beast saying he bought a specific crypto punk, which belonged to an account which goes by Wu-Tang Clan. People assumed, understandably, that this was Mr. Beast's wallet, But what is lesser known is that another account has also tweeted about CryptoPunks and has the same ties back to Wu-Tang Clan. A guy named Jason.
Yeah, Riley, unless there's like some kind of mass shooting or something actually interesting, I could not give two fucking shits what's happening in New Zealand Parliament.
Jason Williams. He's followed by Mr. Beast on Twitter, and he's the author of a book on Bitcoin, so he's a crypto guy. And I found Jason tweeting about another CryptoPunk saying, I hope you enjoy your new home, sold for 100 ETH. That sale he's talking about links back to the same address.
DD donators feel like she's misrepresenting the study she's referencing.
RDA for protein is 0.8 grams per kilogram body weight. The scientific community was using techniques that underestimated amino acid losses. And they've now determined that it's actually 1.2 grams per kilogram to just bare minimum prevent losses.
It's
and
another
if you're doing
50% on top of what was originally.
50% on what originally. And if you're physically active, if you're doing resistance training, that goes up to 1.6.
You know, I mean, I'm not usually one to promote vampirism, but at times like this I really juicy wish I was a bat, seeing how they are more extinct to disease than most other mammals like humans.
I don't think I'd want to be a bat. I don't want to, like, hang upside down all day. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Would be kind of nice to fly, though. My mom was going to bed, and she felt something warm and fuzzy on her pillow. And then she, like, grabbed it, and then it was a bat, and it screeched, and then it started flying around her room, and she was freaking out, and she was afraid of the bat. It's pretty funny. She got her next door neighbor to get the bat and put it outside.
People talk a lot about the protein, but never about essential minerals. Let's talk about the calcium. Let's talk about the magnesium. Let's talk about the iron. If you're getting that protein.
So when she's claiming the minimum amount of protein you need is 1.6 grams per kilogram if you're lifting weight, where is she? Like, you can look at nitrogen balance studies. You can maintain a positive nitrogen balance with relatively low levels of protein intake. So she does this all the fucking time, by the way. She'll misrepresent research, or she'll only rely on like one single poorly conducted study. There's no way the minimum requirement just to maintain neutral nitrogen balance is 1.6, assuming you're physically active. That's way too high.
To 1.6.
Oh, essential.
That guy's pretty jacked.
Minerals. Let's magnesium. Let's talk about the protein through the plant-based lifestyle and the plant-based living. You should be definitely fine.
Mr. Beast does, Wu-Tang Clan. On YouTube, there's even more clues. Jason can be seen surfing wearing a Wu-Tang Clan shirt, and his brand name, Going Parabolic, happens to be owned by the same Mr. Beast wallet, goingparabolic.eth. So there's very good evidence that Jason Williams was also involved in this same wallet, which means that it might be true that Mr. Beast wasn't the guy buying or selling, which would be good for Mr. Beast and bad for these investigations. But just when I thought Mr. Beast might have no say in what this wallet did, I saw this podcast with Logan Paul, where Jimmy discusses CryptoPunks once again, and things get complicated.
So me and Logan both bought punks. You guys will probably see on his Twitter that he bought a bunch of CryptoPunks at the same time, right?
Yep.
Gary pulled us in that call.
Yep.
So have you ever told that story?
No.
Gary V, it's like 11 p.m. just out of nowhere, just calls me and he's like, yo, I got like 30 people to call, hop in. I'm like, I don't care. He's like, it'll be the best decision of your life. Just get in. I was
Yeah.
like, okay.
Yeah.
And so I just joined the call. And I just see like Logan and I don't even know these other people. I
Yo.
don't want to put them on blast.
Every heavy hitter you can imagine who's
Exactly.
worth $1 billion was on this one call, and Gary V is in the little corner, the little
Yeah.
square. He's going, CryptoPunks. It's gonna be huge. It's gonna be the next Facebook. Where all of us were like, okay,
Everyone's
Gary.
judging. I'm texting Logan.
He's
I'm like, Gary
is
lost
this
his
legit?
mind.
Bro, all of us are like, yo, Gary's nuts. Yo, Gary was right again.
I bought a bunch.
Wait.
Yeah, I bought quite a few.
How many?
I don't want to say, but
You have to say, bro, you have to.
I bought multiple ones. Yeah.
Well, bro, are you in double digits, Punks?
Double, just shy.
Huh. Well, this clip is very interesting because Jimmy said he made the decision to get CryptoPunks based on a call with Gary V. But those punks are owned by the wallet we just said was controlled by Jason. So it appears sometimes Mr. Beast is telling Jason what to buy for this fund. Mr. Beast then later talks about selling these CryptoPunks and rolling the money into a new project. And once again, it sounds like he's in charge.
Well, I've already sold quite a few of them, so I don't.
What?
Yeah, being to Quebec, I crossed the bridge from Ottawa into Quebec because I needed to go to a bicycle store in Quebec to pick up that Serabaxis derailleur that I got. I was only there for a minute. All the road signs are in French and everything. Dodo donate $2. Yep, let me see. Been a lot about why RFK Jr. is a terrible pick, but I want to focus on something that's very concerning to me. No one seems to be mentioning. He appeals to a widespread common sense idea that the problem with our food is that it has lots of artificial ingredients. Get the artificial ingredients out, no chemical additives, no food dyes, no high fructose corn syrup, and our health problems magically resolve. This is 100% incorrect, fundamentally misunderstands the problem with our food system. Here's the truth. They keep eating large amounts of highly caloric foods made with organic sugar instead of high fructose corn syrup, colored with beet juice instead of red. Health problems will remain precisely the same. Now, in a strange way, forcing manufacturers to use natural ingredients could improve our food system, but not in the way people think. Wouldn't make the food healthier, but it would make it more expensive to produce, and that would reduce consumption like a tax. Unfortunately, RFK Jr. does not seem to understand that the problem with our food system is the ubiquitous existence of cheap, calorie-dense, highly palatable food. That's it. That's the whole problem. Has precisely nothing to do with food dye or high fructose corn syrup. Food manufacturers employ the very best in the business. If you focus on artificial additives, they're going to spend millions on how to produce natural versions of the same food at the same price point. Top tier piece, what's that? You say they're already on it? Well, yeah. Well, yeah. RFK Jr. isn't going to do anything to change the food system to, prevent obesity. Isn't RFK Jr. also against Ozempic because he's a fucking idiot? But thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Dude, he's on to the next thing.
I bought a bunch of, so then I rolled the money into V-Friends because Gary, same thing, called me. He's like, V-Friends? I was like, I don't know, but last time I made money, sure.
I'll be honest, these clips to me make it difficult to assume Mr. Beast had no idea what's going on. He talks about CryptoPunks and V-Friends like personal investments. And on Twitter, he says that not only he bought CryptoPunks, he also tweets about loading up on V-Friends. But again, I have to say, it is also abundantly clear Jason Williams was involved. He says, "Hey Gary, thanks for the VFriends gift goat. It was a..."
What do you think about Quebec trying to split from Canada? If they actually did that, they would be one of the most broke-ass countries on Earth. They'd pretty much turn themselves into the new Haiti. They're already fucking over their economy by forcing French language. Nobody really wants to do business in Quebec because it's more expensive. Not only are taxes higher, but you also have to pay for workers who are bilingual, or pay for like translators. It adds bureaucratic bloat, slowdown. A lot of French companies in Quebec are going bankrupt, like Ubisoft. So if they split from Canada, they would just go broke, have no fucking money, and nobody would want to travel there, and they'd just be a shithole.
Gift from Gary to Mr. Beast. I'm very thankful for it. He didn't have to send anything. So once again, Jason Williams appears to be involved and have something to do with the trading or management of Mr. Beast's crypto wallet, but we know Mr. Beast made some of the decisions. So of course, I asked Mr. Beast to explain himself if he had any say over the trading, but once again, there's no response. So now I want to turn back to Super. We know from leaked DMs that Mr. Beast and not Jason set up this presale, and we know that Mr. Beast made the tweet. So now we have to guess. Here's what we know. We know Mr. Beast set up the presale according to leaked screenshots. We know Mr. Beast made the tweet, but we don't know whether it was Jason doing the trading of Super, or if he was doing the trading, did Mr. Beast know about it? Did Jason know about the tweet? These are the questions that ultimately matter. And yes, I reached out to Jason Williams for a comment. He didn't reply. I did, however, get a hold of Elio Trades, who is the founder of Super, and he insisted that Mr. Beast's tweet was not a part of a deal for promotion. But you should know, he also mentions how upset he was with how presale investors sold.
How long can you last? Can you hold in your cum very well? I'm asking for a friend.
I can last as long as I need to. But thanks for the donation, Scare Theater. How was your day? Any snow there yet? I didn't really have a day. I couldn't sleep the night before, and I was feeling dizzy, and then I ended up falling asleep at some point around like 12 in the afternoon, and then I pretty much just woke up.
Sold their tokens, saying most of them sold, including Mr. Beast. So those are the facts. Mr. Beast gets involved in a presale, for some reason tweets at this project twice, one time on the day his fund is selling tokens, where he seems to imply that they're undervalued. In total, he's alleged to have made $11 million with this deal, according to the report.
Holy shit.
So yeah, that's really bad. Now we're going to turn to another allegation, which is about Earn, or Eternity Chain. There are some facts which are the same. There are others that are different. For example, instead of Mr. Beast setting up the deal directly, the team at Earn claims they never spoke to Mr. Beast. Quote, "We were speaking to his fund manager. And when I asked about these wallets selling allegedly over $4 million in tokens, they say, quote, Mr. Beast's fund was an early investor in our presale. He had the same unlock schedule as everyone else. Were we happy with the way he sold? Definitely not. But legally, there was nothing we could have done." And then, just like with Super, they claim they didn't.
I'm doing free cybersecurity consulting for my portfolio. Hit me up for a pen test or any other type of consulting you might need for security shiz.
I don't really know anything about that, so I don't know if I'd be able to help you. Thanks for the donation, though, Pen Tester. If Quebec dropped the French language, would they get more business? Yeah, they absolutely would. All of their stupid-ass laws with the French language, it's only harming their economy. So yeah, If they spoke the same language as the rest of Canada, be way easier for them to make more money and do more business.
Didn't ask for a promotion of the project, but that Mr. Beast decided to comment once himself anyways. On March 9th, 2021, Mr. Beast responds to Eternity Chain saying, "This one will be hype." It's worth noting, once again, about 24 hours before saying this fund wallet purchased over $100,000 of earn tokens in addition to the presale. Now, what is different about Super is that Mr. Beast's name was put publicly on the Eternity Chain website. On their investors and partners page, you might be asking, well, which is it? Is he an investor or a partner? And the answer is both. He got into the presale, and the Earn team also claims that he partnered with them for an NFT drop. Supposedly, it was a charity drop and a normal NFT drop. Now, the charity drop specifically did happen in association with one of Mr. Beast's projects, Team Seas, saying, quote, "All proceeds will go towards cleaning up the seas around the world." This was early November 2021. Then the official Team Seas account posts it on November 3rd, 2021, quote, "What an awesome crypto collaboration in support of the team." Then the CEO of Eternity Chain, Nick Rose, confirms in Telegram that the drop is supported by Mr. Beast, saying Earn and ETH tokens will be accepted for the charity auction, which was slated to last 2 months. Now, the reason I'm sharing all of this is because 1 month into this 2-month charity auction on November 30th, 2021, the Rocket Fund or Beast Fund or whatever you want to call it starts selling huge amounts of this Earn token. Allegedly, they sold over $2 million, while the charity itself was still going on. Now, I know that sounds horrible. It looks horrible. It is horrible. Although I have to tell you, personally, I don't think this was a master plan to pump a coin with a charity auction. If it was the plan, it was a bad one because the NFT auction was ultimately a flop. But do I also think it doesn't matter because regardless of your intentions, selling tokens within a month of your 2-month charity auction is wrong, stupid, and unethical? Yes, I think that as well. Because in case you forgot, Mr. Beast is the charity guy.
Yeah, no, he's not. He only cares about himself, and all the charity bullshit is just self-promotion. He doesn't care about helping people. He only cares about helping himself.
Whose name is on the website? It isn't a fund. It isn't a crypto rocket fund. It's Mr. Beast's branding. I even asked the Earn team about this, saying, quote, "Why did y'all list Mr. Beast instead of Rocket Fund in your partners' investors? Was that discussed?" They say, quote, "We listed him, Mr. Beast, as a partner and, quote, yes, they accepted that." So according to the Earn team, Mr. Beast knew or should have known that his name was on the line for this investment and partnership. And yet, this fund, his fund, whatever you want to call it, sold tokens 1 month after starting a 2-month NFT auction for charity. To be fair again, though, it's hard to oversell how bad this NFT auction did. I have found only one NFT that appears to have sold here, but the bids were made in the Earn token, which the fund was selling, and the actual sale of the NFT didn't happen.
If you were a bat rich, you would probably be a flying fox, aka a fruit bat, seeing how they're vegan just like you, but then again they are endangered thanks to hunting for bushmeat and habitat loss.
Yeah, probably. I like fruit bats. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Did you have to learn French in school? Yep. French classes were mandatory all the way up to grade 9, which is retarded. They actually got rid of the French language requirement for grade 9 because it was causing really high dropout rates, especially among boys. I don't know why they make you learn French. It's fucking stupid. Nobody wants to learn it. It's a gay, stupid-ass language. It's retarded, overly complicated, and France is a shithole. Like, nobody would ever want to fucking visit there anyway. And who the fuck wants to live in Quebec? Nobody. So what's the point of learning French? There's no point. Stupid. French people can learn how to speak English.
Until after the fund sold in November 30th. The transfer happened in December 23rd. So of course, I went to Mr. Beast directly to answer this and see if there was some more context they could provide. There was no response other than the statement we've already read from Mr. Beast that he did not control the trading. Although again, that isn't a really satisfying answer because we've established Mr. Beast would sometimes direct what to buy and sell to this fund, like CryptoPunks. Personally, like I said, I don't think this was a pre-planned scheme. But regardless of intentions, if you're the charity guy, you support a charity, it flops while your fund makes millions of dollars in profits because it's selling the same earn token people could bid on the charity with, that just is awful. And you should feel awful about it. Look, now I want to move on from that to talking about our final token, XCAD. This is a token you may remember from our investigation into Mr. Beast's business partner, KSI. But unlike KSI, Mr. Beast was not promoting it a lot on Twitter. In fact, the only reason we know Mr. Beast was in the presale is that there were several articles about it bragging about that fact. Once again, Mr. Beast's name was used to promote this instead of the fund itself. And internally to investors, I have to say, this built up a lot of excitement, not just because Mr. Beast is a huge name, but because XCAD had what's called creator tokens. So the idea to some investors is that, well, if they're investing Mr. Beast and KSI, what if they were ever to launch creator tokens? That would be massive. And I bring this up because some people might ask, like, what do these affiliations, how do they impact people buying these projects? And the answer from what I've seen is they actually do impact it quite a lot because people are anticipating like further involvement. And also the idea is like they must not be investing unless they're long-term holders. You can see this in the Telegram chat. It became so common that in the XCAD community, one of the admins says, "Here we go again," another community member asking if there's any possibility of a Mr. Beast KSI token. And meanwhile, by the way, as that's happening, as the investors are hoping for these creator tokens and that they're imminent, behind the scenes, something entirely different had been happening. Like with Super and Earn, Mr. Beast's fund sold a lot of their XCAD early in 2021 rather than holding their tokens. And this was surprising to even the founder of XCAD himself, Oliver Bell, who said they told him they were going to do the opposite. He tells me, quote, "Hey, so Mr. Beast reached out to me during our pre-sale raise. A group was set up with his team and we had a call with his team and they said they liked the concept. There was no strings attached to the investment. They did, however, want a lot bigger ticket than what I offered them, which I'm glad I did not fulfill. We discussed not just flipping this token, as this can damage projects if people have decent sized tickets. It was my understanding we were aligned on this. However, after listing to which XCAD performed well, there was heavy dumping from a wallet linked to Mr. Beast's team. I got in contact with them immediately and asked them why they were selling like this." Now, Oliver later claims this discussion about flipping tokens and them being aligned about the fact they're not going to flip these tokens so quickly was with Jason. And apparently, Oliver was so upset about what happened, he DM'd Jimmy directly, quote, explaining his team will ruin his reputation. And look, sorry to be a broken record, but yes, I reached out to Jimmy about this too. And once again, there was no reply besides the statement we read earlier. It's worth mentioning that I asked Oliver for proof of this message about ruining relationships, and he said the message had been deleted on Telegram. So who you believe here is up to you. Oliver also says, quote, "I don't think Jimmy has a bad heart or is a bad person. I think he has genuine interest in the crypto space, but I think the team that handles his crypto is completely clueless." And here, on this last point, I have to disagree with Oliver. I don't think that Jimmy's crypto team is clueless. I think they saw an opportunity to make millions of dollars with Mr. Beast's valuable brand, and they took it, and they did make millions of dollars. And along the way, they did some things that were shady. Whether or not you think they were also illegal is probably going to be shaped by our unanswered questions and where you fill in those gaps. For example, do you think Mr. Beast knew about the selling that was going on May 12th for the Super token? Why did he make that tweet? And then, do you think Mr. Beast knew about the charity auction and the selling that was happening on November 30th? And do you think Oliver Bell DM'd Mr. Beast and told him his crypto team would ruin his reputation? And if so, was that ignored? I hate to leave so many unanswered questions here, but I warned you, this was a complicated story. And a big part of the problem is the guy at the center of this story cannot or will not give more than a heavily lawyered statement through a spokesman who's a crisis management consultant. And let me just say, it's also frustrating that this statement takes zero accountability. Despite the fact Mr. Beast's team knew every major allegation that we're laying out here today, there is no mention of selling while Mr. Beast was tweeting about Super Token. There's no mention of them selling tokens a month after they partnered with a 2-month charity auction. And because of that, this statement feels very hollow. I think to Mr. Beast and probably to his fund, maybe this is just business, you know? They set out to make a lot of money and they made a lot of money. What's the problem, right? This is America. They might think this is the biggest Mr. Beast nothing burger since Mr. Beast Burger. But look, honestly, I'd agree with them if they had done this crypto stuff without.
And spec king of endangered species it appears that Mbeast himself is now ironically 1-2.
I don't know what you mean by that, but thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Out using Mr. Beast's name. But they want to have their cake and eat it too. This fund trades on Mr. Beast's name, as we've seen. They get in pre-sales based on his name. He tweets from his public account, and they're putting his name publicly on projects' websites instead of a fund. But when things go south, suddenly, oh, Mr. Beast, what? No liability, just because he's not sitting there physically pressing the buttons. I don't think that's the way it works. Look, I want to close with the final part of this CryptoPunks podcast we showed you earlier, because in many ways, I think it's a microcosm of this story. Obviously, I have to say, I'm not making any comments or judgments about the guy who's suing me, who's also in this clip. That's just coincidence. I am only talking about Mr. Beast's reaction, because as Mr. Beast is talking about Gary V's great CryptoPunks call, there's a moment when the co-host says, hey, maybe instead of Gary V being a genius, maybe it's just the call itself that makes the market. And Mr. Beast kind of defends it. He says, no, that was in February. You know, CryptoPunks didn't pop until the summer. And, you know, I never talked about CryptoPunks until this very moment.
Can I ask you guys a question? When Gary does that call with all these billionaires and...
No, I don't think the Paul Tyson fight is rigged.
8 months or a year later, everybody's like, Gary was right again.
Yeah.
Is it possible that he's right because of the call? Do you know what I'm saying?
I think about that a lot.
Dude, he has all these
I think about
billionaire
that a
market
lot.
makers in the thing.
think about
He
that a
makes
lot.
the call, makes the market. By the way, you look around at all the punk owners a year later, and you're like, damn, it's all the same motherfuckers that were on the call.
No, because bro, there's 10,000 punks, and there's only like 30 of us in the call. We can only own and do so much. There's still an entire market that's gonna happen regardless.
I can tell you, I don't think what, because that was all back like early February. Like things didn't pop off till later, and every like NFT project was popping off, not just punks.
I mean, make no mistake. Like having such influential people involved in projects, it can't hurt the ability for the project to
but like,
work. You know what I'm saying?
95% of those people didn't even mention it. You know what I mean? Like, I've never talked about it publicly.
Yeah, but that last part isn't quite true. The reason we're all here is Mr. Beast tweeted about CryptoPunks the same day he bought them back in February of 2021. That's how we found his wallet, even though we now know someone else was involved too. And I would apply the same level of scrutiny to many of the investments we've talked about. Was it the genius of Jason Williams, Mr. Beast, or this fund that made them tens of millions of dollars? Maybe. Or was it the fact that the name they brought to the table was Mr. Beast, one of the most influential and valuable brands in the world? And that's what got them the great deals. That's what got them a bunch of eyeballs. That's what made it so valuable to have his name on these websites. And maybe that's what made the market. Ultimately, I think it's for you to decide.
Yeah, that smells scammy to me.
Crime in Matt Gaetz' cell phone. So a federal judge signed a search and seizure warrant. This was no witch hunt of Matt Gaetz. So he is not exactly the kind of guy you want heading up the Department of Justice for lots of reasons, and we can talk about what those reasons are. But here is one of my main concerns, Brian. If he were ever sitting in the office of the Attorney General, I suspect one of the first things he might do is order that his underlings bring him his criminal file, all of the evidence that was amassed during the investigations of his alleged crimes. And what would he have access to? All of the names, all of the identifying information, all of the addresses.
Dodo to Tellers, this is the second day in a row where you spelled stuff wrong in your title. You keep saying stuff like you're retarded or something. What's the title? Reacting to stuff. Stuff. There we go. Also, did you finish the shitty game Hotline Miami yet? Also, watch this. No. I did not finish Hotline Miami yet. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Corn's a big kitty. Yes, it's ethical to neuter cats and dogs. Yeah, I'll play Sparking Zero eventually. Bulma's pretty hot. Mercenary Tao was hilarious. Dan donated $2. Sorry if this has already been brought up, but would you be interested in reacting to the Jake Paul Mike Tyson fight? You can find free streams on Twitter. Well, it's on Netflix. I can't show it on stream, but we can you can find a stream and then watch it with me and I can give commentary. But I can't actually play the video. On stream, because I'll get a DMCA strike. It's about midway through the second fight. And then there's one more fight to go with the women, and then there's the Jake Paul fight, so it's probably going to be like an hour, hour and a half from now. Thanks for the donation, though, Dan. Bardock was a cool character. That reminds me of this. That's a good one. Android 16 was really cool. I like that character. Kid Boo donated $2. Let me see. Senator Bernie Sanders announces he will work with Trump to cap the credit card interest rates at 10%. Well, that's kind of good. Oh, shit. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
Unfortunately, VG, in real life you won't turn into a vampire. If you are bitten by a bat, most likely you will just get rabies.
Yeah, probably. It'd be kind of cool being a vampire. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Corrin Tower was really cool. All right.
Of the witnesses who providing incriminating information about him, and then as Attorney General, he could use his powers to go after them. That is an enormous concern. He doesn't belong within 100 miles of the office of the Attorney General.
Now, think about the fact that he's been nominated. That means that there is a chance, and probably a better than 50% chance, that he does become the next Attorney General. No one's ever lost money betting against the fealty of this Republican Party to Donald Trump. He says jump, they say how high. And so most of them will say yes. So what are the collateral consequences of just this nomination being floated as far as the DOJ is concerned?
You know, it's funny, Brian, that may be the most damaging aspect of Donald Trump, you know, not nominating yet because he's not president. He can't officially nominate anybody, but of him naming his intent to nominate Matt Gaetz as Attorney General. There are about 110,000 employees at the Department of Justice, federal prosecutors, support staff, policy folks. You know, I know so many of them. They are my friends and former colleagues. I was at the department for more than 2 decades, and they are doing the hard work of the American people without regard to politics or ideology and without fear or favor, you know, day in and day out. I'll tell you, they do their work in an honorable, ethical manner, and I can promise you the last thing these people would ever want to suffer is working for an Attorney General like Matt Gaetz. That would be demoralizing. Let me give you a little bit of my own personal background. I served continuously in the federal government as a federal prosecutor under every president from Reagan to Trump. And let me tell you, until Donald Trump and his corrupt Attorney General Bill Barr came to town, I never noticed any difference in the work I did, whether I was working under a Republican president or a Democrat. And they changed back and forth over the 30 years that I was a Fed, until Donald Trump and Bill Barr came in, corrupted and weaponized the Department of Justice, and frankly demoralized so many of us who, you know, lived and breathed the work of the Department of Justice. So here is my main concern. One of my main concerns when Donald Trump says, I intend to nominate Matt Gaetz, that will be so demoralizing and deflating and disheartening and depressing. And
then again, people like Trump himself is a vampire, seeing how much like Dracula we just can't defeat him.
Yeah. He's probably going to have a heart attack or stroke, though. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
other D words, of the 110,000 employees of the Department of Justice that I fear, Brian, some of them may begin to self-select out of the Department of Justice, putting their resumes together, looking for other work. This can be for people who have been there 2, 3, 4 years, 10, 12 years, or 25, 30, 35 years. They may have said, I've had enough. I am not going to work under somebody like an Attorney General Matt Gaetz. So, you know, we all know that Donald Trump, during his campaign, had been floating lots of ways to gut the Department of Justice, drive good people out, and put his own lapdogs, lackeys, flunkies, and sycophants into the Department of Justice. There was this Schedule F proposal where he was going to get rid of a whole bunch of mid-level people and then populate the Department of Justice and other government agencies with Donald Trump loyalists. We've all heard of Project 2025 and its mission to try to gut the Department of Justice. So this may be another way of accomplishing that, driving people out of the Department of Justice without Schedule F or Project 2025 ever having to fire a shot. Now, let me give you the flip side of that coin. The people of the Department of Justice don't scare easy, and they will not go, quietly into Donald Trump's dictatorship. So I'm hopeful that they will weather this storm. And let me give you one more data point, Brian, a bit of a collateral consequence, but also just my take on Donald Trump saying, yeah, I think I'm going to make Matt Gaetz the chief law enforcement officer for the nation. Donald Trump has named multiple members of Congress from both the House and the Senate to positions in his administration. Marco Rubio, Elise Stefanik, and neither Marco Rubio nor Elise Stefanik resigned from Congress. But the very moment that Donald Trump said, I think I'm going to name Matt Gaetz, Matt Gaetz said, I resign from Congress. Matt Gaetz was just reelected, Brian. So why would he be the only one instantly resigning from Congress? It doesn't make any sense, right? Wait until your confirmation hearing, make sure, it's a done deal before you resign after just having won an election. Well, some of our viewers may already know this, but even though the Department of Justice declined to prosecute Matt Gaetz for the allegations of sex trafficking, the House Ethics Committee conducted a full investigation of Gaetz' misconduct, and they're literally within 24 or 48 hours of releasing it to the public, and there are rumblings it's going to be very damaging. However, if somebody resigns from Congress, guess what? The House Ethics Committee loses its jurisdiction over that person, and it can't issue the report. So this resignation
Dodo to Chillers, only the thing is a vampire is fat, as Trump would most definitely have an extremely hard time flying. Probably. I would imagine so. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
After a Donald Trump announcement that he intends to make Matt Gaetz Attorney General may actually all be a ploy for Matt Gaetz to save face and say, I'm resigning from Congress, not because I'm trying to bury that deeply damaging ethics report that is about to be delivered, but because I don't know. I don't know what other reason he has offered for instantly
because he's just that certain that he's going to be confirmed as AG, and so he might as well not even have his seat anymore. Let's just get at the work of being Attorney General.
That could be, and you're a more creative thinker than I am.
Well, look, I guess the first thing that I think is worth asking here is, does the DOJ ever not indict even if a crime has been committed? Because they opted not to indict him. Meanwhile, the House Ethics Committee, which, by the way, is led by Republicans, obviously felt so strongly that there was something to work with here, that they kept this investigation going, and now we are seeing reporting that there is a highly damaging report set to be released. And so there's something there, even as far as his own party is concerned. And so what would explain the lack of definitive action by the DOJ?
A couple of things, Brian. It's not unusual.
If it's ethical to neuter animals like pets, then it's ethical to neuter people that are trait equalized to animals, for example, disabled people. If not, what's then isn't that a contradiction? If disabled people were used as pets and exploited and bred, then yeah, it would be ethical to neuter disabled people.
Usual, take it from a 30-year career prosecutor. Crimes are committed quite often, and there is never a charge brought. Sometimes the crimes aren't solved. We don't know who the perpetrator is. Sometimes we have strong evidence of who the perpetrator is. However, we don't have enough admissible evidence in court to actually secure an indictment. Sometimes we have enough to secure an indictment, but we don't believe we have a reasonable likelihood of success on the merits. In other words, a guilty verdict at trial. So there is this sliding scale, and the evidence moves up as you make your way through the criminal justice process. This is from a prosecutor's perspective. So, he may very well have committed crimes. Indeed, what we know is that a federal judge ruled there was probable cause that Matt Gaetz had evidence of crime on his cell phone, in his cell phone, and it was seized and it was searched. But there were some potential witness problems, is what I have heard over the years in the case, and the Department of Justice couldn't quite get to a point where they believed they had proof beyond a reasonable doubt such that they could win a conviction at trial. Not unusual in my experience that cases fall out along that sliding scale of evidence before they ever make it to trial.
Glenn, to what extent do you think that Merrick Garland's focus on preventing even the optics of politicization played a part in maybe not bringing charges against Matt Gaetz? And I know this is a lot of conjecture now because we don't know what the evidence was, but we do know that Merrick Garland was very wary of seeming political one way or the other. I mean, it took how long for any action to be taken against Donald Trump before Merrick Garland even deigned to appoint a special prosecutor?
Yeah, it's been clear to me for a very long time that Merrick Garland and the Department of Justice fell down on the job in, trying to bring some timely accountability and justice to Donald Trump for ordering an attack on the Capitol to stop the certification of Joe Biden's election win, and the whole command structure underneath Donald Trump. Now, I'm not talking about what I call the boots of the insurrection, the folks that Donald Trump lied to about their vote being stolen and their election being rigged, and basically directed to go down, fight like hell at the Capitol. You won't have a country anymore. Now go stop the certification, stop the steal. Those people are being held accountable by the hundreds, indeed thousands. And that's important and that's necessary. But the whole sort of command structure, what I call the suits of the insurrection, some of them are being prosecuted by the states, but the Department of Justice never turned their attention to those folks, and for whatever reason, never, held them to account for the crimes that they inarguably committed. So now let's apply that to the Gaetz scenario. Here is what I have been hearing from sort of all of my sources about why the Gaetz prosecution may have fallen apart. And really, the focus should be on two things. One, I was involved in trying rape cases and child sex abuse cases in my years as a prosecutor. And the victims in the case, especially when you're talking about sex trafficking of 16, 17-year-old girls, can be very challenging, particularly if, for example, the 17-year-old girl in this case, that is what the reporting was regarding Matt Gaetz' investigation, didn't view herself as a victim, didn't want to cooperate with authorities, wasn't willing to tell the truth. Yes, there are ways we can compel people to tell the truth, but it doesn't always work. And so I have heard that the person who would be the star witness, the victim in the case, was really not receptive to working with the prosecutors and move the case in the direction of an indictment and a trial. And then the second thing was the main cooperating witness, Joel Greenberg. I'll tell you what, when you have a cooperating witness who has done so much cruddy stuff, committed so many horrendous crimes, and then even after you bring them on board and you offer them a plea deal that involves them pleading guilty perhaps to a reduced charge or a reduced sentence in exchange for their truthful testimony at trial, and yet they continue to lie to the prosecutors even after striking that deal. This is some of the rumblings I was hearing. sometimes the star cooperating witness renders himself unusable by prosecutors. And I think it might have been this, unfortunate combination of a victim who didn't want to cooperate and a star cooperating witness who pleaded guilty but still sort of disqualified himself because they couldn't get him to consistently tell the truth. And when that happens, Brian, I can't put a cooperating witness like that on the stand and urge a jury to credit them, because we have a saying for that kind of a situation: the cooperator stink blows back on the prosecutor. So it may have been that perfect storm of bad facts and bad witnesses that led the Department of Justice to say, you know what, crimes were committed here, but we don't have enough evidence to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. Though a lot of this is me piecing, puzzle pieces together based on what I have learned over the years and a little bit of informed conjecture, because I have seen cases kind of break this way previously.
Well, let me say a few things. The first is that I do hope that folks who are working, the prosecutors who are working at the DOJ, see this as an opportunity to act as a bulwark against a corrupt government, not as an excuse to leave. These are the very people who we need not to self-select out. The second is that I hope Republican senators find enough of a spine to recognize that this is probably the red line. This is probably one instance where it is okay to not show slavish devotion to the God King. When you have Matt Gaetz, who was under investigation by the very agency he's now seeking to lead, that's probably the moment at which it's okay to show some pushback to Donald Trump. And the third is, I know a lot of people watching, this has to do with all of us, basically. A lot of people are watching and figuring out where to expend our energy. I have cautioned against basically making everything a fight, because I don't think everybody has the energy to make everything a fight the way that we did in 2017 and 2018, 2019. I think that we have to be a little more selective in terms of where we use our voices and which fights we have to organize around, so that it doesn't feel like everything is a 5-alarm fire, which means that nothing is a 5-alarm fire. This is one of those fights. The prospect of Matt Gaetz becoming the Attorney General is absolutely a red line that we should all speak out against and use our collective voices against. So, if you're wondering where we should come into the process, it is this. It might not be, look, Pete Hegseth, I think, is the luckiest person in Washington, D.C. right now, because compared to Gaetz and Tulsi Gabbard and RFK Jr., that guy looks like Winston Churchill being nominated to Trump's cabinet. But I do think that in instances like this, where we have somebody like Matt Gaetz, who may be very close to taking over the Department of Justice, this is an instance where we should use our voices and make sure that we are all organized and calling this out, calling our lawmakers, calling our senators, and making our opinions heard on this matter. With that said, we will, of course, stay on top of this as soon as we have any...
Yes, I'm still friends with Dr. Avi. Should I do a VG versus Peter Rogers video? I mean, it's up to you. Peter Rogers is a really weird guy. I think they might have just finished the second... Oh, no. It's the 11th out of the 12th round for the second fight. It's taken a long-ass time, dude.
Whole bunch of hate towards white men. You ask them, can you be racist towards white people? And if they immediately say, no, you can't, then anybody like that, you don't ever want to have, these people you don't want to work with. You don't want them as part of your movement.
Asmongold is this conversation around video games and quote unquote forced diversity or DEI stuff in games. So I'm curious how you feel about that entire conversation. I guess the thing I wanted to talk about is young men. I'm a young man, I'm a young white man. That's what they say anyway. I want to talk about what's going on there and why they voted so much for Trump, because I find it really interesting the way that sort of young guys have. I'd assume that overall, guys in general are more prone to being conservative than women, but it seems like among young people, especially, because it used to be the case. Maybe I'm wrong here, but my understanding is it used to be the case. Like that Winston Churchill quote. What does he say? He's like, if you're young and you're not liberal, you're heartless, and if you're old and not conservative, you're an idiot, right? That's what he says, I think.
Something like that.
It used to be the case that people who are young are liberal and people who are older are conservative. And there was this impression that I think a lot of the internet has informed people of, which is like this idea that all Zoomers are like, basically libtards or whatever. But that doesn't seem to be the case. Overwhelmingly for young men, they seem to be very right leaning. And even I, when I like hang out with my friends and stuff in real life, when I go to bars and stuff, which is not that often, but I have sometimes, I overall find that young guys are a lot more prone to supporting Trump. And I guess I'm curious why you think that is.
I feel like there's a bunch of different things going on. I think in one sense, I think for a long time the left just kind of like ignored men and white people, which is kind of cringe because then you basically cede all of that ground to like Jordan Peterson,
which is like a huge amount of the voter base, right?
Yeah, white men are a pretty big voter base. Yeah, not good. So I think that was an issue. I think a second issue is you probably are a bit more liberal when you're in college, and way more young women go to college, I think, now than way more young men. It's like 2 to 1 or more now. So
the thing is, I would think that would be true, but if you watch a lot of like some of the biggest influencers of my generation, like guys that people.
If you saw Frank walking down the street, what would you do? Would you go up and talk to him? Go up and punch him? Or just ignore him? Speaking of, any new Frank vids?
I'd probably just make fun of him. And let's see, Frank vids, I doubt it. He hasn't been uploading. Nope. No new Frank vids, no new community posts, nothing. Thanks for the donation though, Random Gal.
In my gen, we're watching high school or Nelk, and they are like kind of like YouTube prankster guys, but cornerstone of their entire thing is that they're frat guys, like they're college culture, partying, drinking, whatever, fucking girls.
Sure, but like frat guys, that's like a minority of college kids, right? Like most people aren't frat party people.
That's true, but a lot of guys at these like larger schools, like I don't know, University of Miami, big party schools, a lot of the guys there seem to be leaning conservative, which in the past I don't think was the case, right?
I don't know. Well, when you say a lot of guys, I would say the polling data. I'm not aware of that if that's true. But my understanding is education and everything tends to make people skew more liberal. So I'd be surprised. It could be. I haven't heard that before.
I guess, maybe they skew more liberal overall, but I would say that probably for this election, more young men are right wing than they've been in the past.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah.
And I see a lot of these videos. Like Shawn had made one like, why are young men moving right? I've seen a lot of other videos about it, and it is interesting to me. And I feel like a lot of this is kind of wrapped up in, I don't want to say incel culture because it's not exactly incel stuff, but how familiar are you with like looks maxing and that whole kind of world?
I've heard of that. Yeah.
It's this idea that you can like improve your physical potential over time, and like, through like working out, or there's some other crazy stuff like steroids or jazzercise, or mewing is a big one. Shout out to all the viewers in chat. That's a big one. But I feel like a lot of the comment sections I see and a lot of the conversation I do see around the looks maxing stuff, a lot of it is kind of this sense that I don't know that it's really hatred of women. It's more like guys feeling like it's over. Like there's a lot of young white dudes, even in my chat when I'll stream and stuff, who feel like it's over. And I'll say things like height doesn't really matter to girls. Within a certain deviation. Like I feel like if you're 5'7" and over, you're probably fine if you're a guy. You're probably not gonna have a lot of trouble dating. It's probably not gonna be a problem. You're multiple inches taller than the average woman. And women in general, I think, in my opinion, care much less about looks than guys do. I feel like they value, I don't know, personality or other qualities a lot more. But there is this impression that the only thing women care about is looks, is height. If you're not 6 foot, it's over. If you don't have a strong jawline, it's over. If you don't have a great hairline, it's over. And this is like a widespread kind of thing I see in YouTube comment sections. And it seems like a lot of young white dudes are moving right, and it's kind of wrapped up in that kind of thing. And I guess I've like managed to have conversations with my chat about how it's not over really, but I think a lot of the sort of like pushback to me as somebody who is like a YouTuber is like, well, you're a YouTuber with money, right? Of course, like well, first of all, if I say like I haven't had any trouble with girls, they'll be like, that's lying, and whatever. But on top of that, it'll be like, well, you're just a rich YouTuber, so women just like you for your money. And I'm having a hard time. I guess it just is, young guys seem so lost right now. I don't know if they have to be though. I don't know if this is like an internet thing, but like I see dudes who are like 22 and they're like, I'm giving up on relationships forever. And it's like, what? You're 22 years old. Like you've had like one relationship that went poorly, and then you watch some YouTube videos that told you it's over, and now to you it's over. And I think a lot of these guys are kind of the conservative voter base. And I guess I'm not really interested in swaying their vote so much as I am in understanding them and trying to get to the bottom of what's happening and why so many young dudes feel like it's so over right now. I want to understand it. I get it to an extent, but I don't fully grasp it. And I think part of it. I think speaking to these people is important if you want to win the next election.
Yeah, I think part of it is unfortunately all of these issues in society now are so like multifaceted. There's not really any simple like singular answer. I think there's probably a couple things playing into it. One is, I'm going to lean on that other answer earlier, is that progressives decided they just didn't want to talk to white people or men anymore. I think which is a huge problem.
Why? Why did they decide that?
There's a whole academic justification for it, but it's stupid and not worth going into.
Is it like some kind of sociology thing? I mean, I'm curious if you don't mind.
Well, sure. I mean, like, basically the idea is white men in society have held majority power, and so there needed to be explicit effort put into helping other groups catch up. And if men were, or white people were ever complaining about that, they were only ever complaining because they felt like they were losing ground to minorities because they were racist. So the idea is if you're sitting there talking to a white man, why would you do that when these people have society who's completely built for them? Which was true. However, regardless of if that's true or not, the impression you're going to get after a while, if one side is saying constantly, we're not talking to you, we're not for you, we're talking to all these other minority people, and then on the back of that, they're greenlighting a whole bunch of like hate towards white men, which they did a ton, and they thought it was epic and funny. And some of it was epic and funny, but not when you're hypocritical and one-sided about it. I mean, over time, you build resentment. It's just like microaggressions or racism or anything else. If I sit there and I shit on black people all day and I make anti-black jokes and I call them racial slurs and I say that they're, built for slavery, whatever, over and over again, eventually black people are going to hate me. And I think that the white male demographic in the United States has probably felt those vibes from the left, especially progressives, for quite a while. And that's the thing that's just been.
When you say progressives, how do you like differentiate that from like the mainstream Democratic Party?
I think the mainstream Democrat is not anywhere near as plugged into like a lot of those social issues.
I'm like identity politics, whatever. DEI.
Yeah, I think that a lot of that stuff is super cheer-led by like people on college campuses who make up like the progressive wing of the Democratic Party. So electorally and legally, they have very little power, but culturally, they're like the dominating voice on the left.
Right. Yeah, I think part of the problem when you say culturally, a lot of that is the like internet stuff, because the internet is forming a lot of our culture now, obviously, and our culture forms the internet. And I feel like a lot of that is like for years. I remember when I was growing up watching YouTube during like I actually was rewatching some old skeptic debates you had recently because I'm sick of your political shit. I want to see you have drama. I mean, it was political, but
the Democratic Party isn't pro-Islamic.
I was watching like the Tonka debates and stuff like that. And that guy was pretty funny. I kind of miss him, honestly. But a lot of the stuff that guys like that, like Andy Worski or Shawn or Sargon McCall were pushing back on back then was like, you can call the skeptic community cringe, and I would largely agree. But they were pushing back on some crazy stuff that some people were saying, like saying you can't be racist to white people, which is obviously untrue. But when you have a large, amount of people online saying shit like that, and these people are, funded by like what seems to be like, traditional media companies, or they have more professional setups like Anita Sarkeesian, people like that. And you have all these people saying you can't be racist to white people, or saying like, fuck, what were those BuzzFeed videos like 20 questions women have for white men? Like obviously that kind of shit is going to really push white men away when they feel like you're calling them racist just because of the color of their skin, which is racist in and of itself. I think a lot of that stuff, like unironically, I think that so like for context, my dad is a pretty right wing guy. He likes like Joe Rogan and stuff like that, and I notice he'll have takes that I was having when I was like 14 years old because I was watching YouTube, right? But a lot of this stuff that like was in the anti-SJW skeptic community back then has kind of made its way to mainstream, talking points for a lot of the right. And I mean, there's a reason why. It's because a lot of that shit was completely retarded that those people were saying. But that kind of stuff I think has really, really pushed white men away. And when it feels like, the Democratic Party doesn't represent them or care about them, and then you have all these like crazy leftists online who are saying shit like you can't be racist to white people, or you have like unironically Hassan, using racial slurs against white people, frequently to demean them, saying shit like reparations, stuff like that. I don't know if you feel about that, but I probably feel like reparations are pretty retarded. Or like saying like, these people are just the descendants of slave owners. Like I'll even get shit like that in my comment section sometime. And even if I was descended from slave owners, the idea that I'm responsible for that in some way is insane. But on top of that, like I'm also just not descended from slave owners. I feel like I'm over after that. But there is this impression among, or maybe not impression. There are these talking points that like white people should feel guilty for the actions of the past and things that happened in the past for shit that these people aren't even responsible for. And I think it makes sense why it would push people away from that kind of side, even if, let's say, someone like Hassan is ultimately representative of a very small portion of the.
Yeah, I think I agree with all this. Right? I feel like it's essentially what I was saying before, right? Yeah, you can't say like fuck white people, fuck men over and over and over again, and then be surprised when that demographic turns away from you, like over that.
So what is the solution?
I think the issue is that the mainstream Democrats, like the problem is that all the Democrats that would say like this is cringe just don't talk about this stuff, right? You don't hear Biden or Gavin Newsom or any of the like larger Democratic figures. They just don't engage, or even Bernie Sanders. They just don't typically engage with any of this. It's like exclusively culture warrior stuff, which is predominantly young white progressives who are some of the craziest motherfuckers on the planet.
Culture warrior stuff seems like it's extremely important right now.
No, yeah, it is pretty important. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, but so I mean, like people
part of talking points.
Yeah, so people have to start engaging with it on the left. Yeah, better voices. Yeah, and then yeah.
Is Destiny online now?
Democrats need to do a better job at excising a lot of these progressives from the party because they're not Democrats that even support the candidates. Like it's crazy that people that don't even support Biden are simultaneously bringing the party down at the same time. Like they need to be
When you say progressives, you mean like leftist socialists or just like?
I mean it's socialists and like people that are getting basically like a litmus test would be asked, like, can you be racist towards white people? And if they immediately say no, you can't, then anybody like that you don't ever want to have like these people you don't want to work with. You don't want them as part of your movement.
Right. Well, if they're kicked out of the movement, are you not afraid that, I mean, I don't know that all those people are voting for Kamala, but I assume some of them would rather vote for, like, I saw some video from this guy, Ryan Beard, who is like a leftist guy, and he was like, regardless of how you feel about the Palestine issue, Kamala is slightly better on it than Trump, because Trump is obviously very pro-Israel and would probably like to mop the floor with Gaza. And on top of that, the outcomes for people in the United States are going to be, better if Kamala gets elected, in his view, than it would be if Trump got elected. So I feel like
unbelievable, dude.
What?
Are both of these true? I'm sorry, we're coming right back to this. That okay. Matt Gaetz, the cum goblin, and Tulsi Gabbard. Matt Gaetz is the attorney general, and Tulsi Gabbard is the DNI head. There's no shot this is real. Are both of these true?
Tulsi Gabbard is really hot, though. Think about that.
Unreal.
Do you think about it ever?
No.
Like how hot she is?
No.
She has like that. She has like the anime like white streak in her hair. She's like a 40-year-old like alt girl. She probably likes My Chemical Romance. She's really hot. Just think about it.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
encourage you to
What
think
were
about
you? Sorry, where were we at?
Sorry.
Yeah, the left needs to get better at talking to this group of people. Yeah, and there's like a whole strategy apparatus thing that goes into that.
So how do you talk to that group of people without delving into like white identitarianism?
I mean, you can delve into it. Just be honest about it. Like people need to, and don't be soy. And yeah, that's what I would say. I don't know. I mean, it's easy to say.
But you say talk to these people. Like, what does that look like in terms of like, okay, so the next Democratic candidate, they're giving some kind of speech and they're trying to include the white male voter base. Like, how do you do that? Because at this point, I don't think it's enough to just ignore the topic because the impression is already there. Like, you already have the progressives in the party who have said.
I mean, it can be highlighting men. I mean, the problem is a lot of this stuff happens on the culture level. So politicians speaking aren't going to be a big part of it. But when politicians do speak, it could be something like highlighting men's suicidality, or it could be something highlighting like men's lack of attainment in education, like things like this. Like, would be nice just to like give air to it. And then on the culture level, on the podcast level, and all this, yeah, the predominant voices on the left can't just be the crazy progressive people. Yeah.
Right. So, okay, so you push those people out of the party. You talked about the Democratic Party being like a big tent party and wanting to kind of change that. What does that look like? Does that look like just like kicking out the progressives? Like, does it look like not talking about, because I think, whatever you think about trans issues, I think it's obvious that to the majority of Americans, it's not that big of a deal. Do you think that like not using those kind of like pro-LGBT talking points is going to be a part of the Democratic Party now as well? Like,
no, I think you can do it. You just have to be, you need to be chill and you need to be positive. Like, you can be positive about these things, but somehow the left finds a way to like negatively like slant every single thing they talk about. So that like when you talk about accepting LGBT people or accepting like policies to help white or whatever, all of it feels like punishment. Like even they talk about taxes like it's a punishment. I don't know. It's all of it is just like cringe. The way they talk about everything is like so self-loathing and self-hating, and yeah, that needs to stop.
Would you not say there's a lot of that on the right too, though?
No, never.
Like a lot of like victim complex stuff?
Yeah, but the victim complex is different because they victimize themselves. Whereas on the left, they victimize other people until you hate yourself because the other people are the victim.
Right. Okay, that's fair. As far as I think on top of that, another thing I was thinking about was I think a lot of the young guys out there who are, I don't know, probably ages like 18 to maybe a little younger than that to like, let's say like 30, around there. Like, I think a lot of the audience probably watches Asmongold. A lot of these guys are obviously, a lot of the stuff they watch on YouTube or just online in general is like, Joe Rogan, or I guess like Patrick Bet David, at least probably a little bit older of an audience. And like a lot of these podcasters, and then you've got like, Alex Jones isn't that big right now, I think, obviously, but he was pretty big and he was like being on Joe Rogan and stuff like that. So like a lot of the kind of fringe elements of the right wing are being represented there. But regardless of that, the right, I think you talked about this with who was the guy that Dan was like, you're like the handsome version of me. You guys were talking with him about
Brian Tyler Cohen or whatever.
Yeah, that guy. He seems cool. During that conversation, you guys were talking about like the right wing media apparatus and how clearly the left wing media apparatus has completely failed. Like, it's all institutions. It's all like, I don't know, CNN, MSNBC, and then online you've got like, you've got a few big channels. You got like David Pakman. You've got he is like a traditional libtard as far as I know. Then you've got like Sam Cedar. He's more of like a progressive, right?
Yeah.
And then you've got like, who else? I think there are very few. I feel like there are very few like huge, like culturally super noteworthy names that have a lot of like left wing guests on all the time to really talking to these people. Versus on the right, it's huge. Like, what the fuck is your plan for that? Are you just gonna try to do it yourself? Like, yeah,
I mean, it's everything that I said before. You have to excise the progressives, and you have to build like a base of like center left Democrats that support the party. The issue is that the buy-in on the right is incredibly easy and it's incredibly beneficial for the party. On the right, all they say is you need to have an undying support for Donald J. Trump, and as long as you got that, then you're good. And the entire right-wing media ecosystem is exactly like that. You cannot think of a single centrist podcast or a conservative podcast that didn't fully, unquestionably support Trump at every single stage of his candidacy. On the left, it feels like you've got your center left people, and then you've got your far left people. None of the far left people really supported.
Yeah, I'll probably go to Australia to collab with a vegan booty eventually. I just can't do it like in the next few months because we got the new cat and everything.
The candidate. Some of them kind of half-ingly did, but like after spending like a year or two calling them all like genociders or whatever. So like I think that's a huge issue that has to change. There has to be more support for the actual political party.
Right. So do you think there needs to be support for the political party from the people that already exist, or like what is going to be?
No, they won't do it. They have to be. I think that people need to be more fixated on like the health of the political party, as opposed to whatever the fuck is happening right now, where it's like cool to like shit on your.
It's like infighting. Yeah.
I wouldn't call it infighting. I would just call it not supporting the party. Like, it's cool. Like, how many people?
Like, in terms of his messaging and stuff, he's far less extreme than Hassan for the direction that he's in, I would say. But beyond that, what is your, because you had like a little, I don't know, schism drama with Asmongold. What is your plan going forward for that? Are you going to try to have a conversation with him? You guys talked about that? Like, what's going to happen there?
I think he intentionally doesn't ever want to have a conversation with me, which is fine. I'll probably exist. We just exist and we do our thing. I'll try to be less harsh maybe, but I just have to call out and be more aware of that, like the two siders.
Did you try to reach out at all?
Yeah, I've like multiple times in the past. It's just at this point, like if it hasn't happened, it's because he doesn't want to do, which is fine. I don't want like a conversation or anything, but like, yeah.
Okay, because every time I see him talk about you, he'll be like, I disagree with Destiny, but I have a great amount of respect for him, and I agree with this thing he said, and I agree with this.
Yeah, I'm aware.
So
Vegan Power Lab is in Toronto. Who is that guy again? Oh, yeah.
Go on. Hello, everybody. On their farm, you know, it's because they have to feed them. It's expensive to feed a bull, you know, to keep them alive. Please come by. So I ask you some questions, get you to think a little bit.
And what are the questions?
Well, that you'll find out when I ask you when they do the social experiment. You want to try it?
Workers,
Yeah.
right? To the point that
But none
I
of
believe
them go through
Chiquita-
what the animals go through, right?
Sorry?
None of them.
Such a far drive. It's like 4 hours.
He seems to be like, I mean, somewhat receptive to you know, like he's not like he's not like audience captured in my opinion, or like completely politically brain rotted. Like he probably would be willing to have a conversation. I guess maybe you'd have to really push for it, and also I don't know if he leaves his house almost ever, but I feel like that would probably be, if you were able to have a chat with him, really interesting. But I think part of the problem therein is so he's come up with really strong positions before, and then he'll get pushback for it, and then he goes on Hassan's stream, and Hassan like within like 5 minutes like bullies him out of that position. And so I'm really curious if like that would be the same exact thing for you and him, where he like wouldn't provide a lot of pushback, because you know Asmongold, I like him, but he seems to be somebody who I think a lot of his appeal comes from the fact that he's more of like a quote unquote like layman, like he's not super autistically researching these topics, which I think you know a lot of people just don't care about that. They just want to see like the quick you know like off the rip reaction. Sure. And I think that that's a lot of his appeal, but as a result, you know, he's not really well read on stuff. So in a debate setting, he crumbles. So I feel like part of the problem would be if you guys did have a conversation, he might crumble over every issue, and then like that would just be it. Like he wouldn't give any pushback, and that would just be the entire conversation, and then like nothing really changes, right? Because it's just like he went from 0 to like you know you telling him a bunch of facts and whatever, but it's not really going to carry into like he's not incentivized to do that regularly on a stream, because that's not what people want. He's not going to like you know fire up he's not going to buy an Obsidian subscription and start researching this shit on his stream. Like it's just not going to happen, you know.
Sure.
Which is unfortunate, I guess. But I still think he probably is. I mean, like relatively speaking, I feel like he's not that bad, and I feel like he probably would be receptive to whatever conversation you guys would have, even if maybe some of it would be, I don't know, getting bullied out of his positions. Yeah, it's unfortunate though. You know, he's like my number one goat. I love him. I love his rats and shit. It's cool. Yeah. What else is going on with you? Anything interesting? Cool.
No, just chilling, you know.
Just chilling. How's the media company going?
I'm trying to think of what I want. We're working on it.
Even in terms of like hosts or guests?
Yeah, what I want my first thing to be. We'll see.
Gotcha. I think that a big shortcoming of your stuff is that it's streamed, and I feel like videos do much better.
Yeah, but if I'm gonna make like prepared videos, I mean, like my Bridges podcast is not streamed, but like if I'm gonna do like prepared content, it just like takes away from obviously the stream time, right? And I'm already like stretched between a lot of different projects, so.
Yeah, I think what you would need is somebody who like watches your streams, has access to your research documents, can like get that all, like it's just like a fucking totally online person who watches your shit, and then can write it into a more condensable format. But I think video is much more like well constructed, condensed, entertaining, no fluff, no dead air, no dead space. Video is really, really good, especially when and even like the way you do
maximize for my mental health. Absolutely, yeah, they all say shit like that.
Evening folks, it's Enforcer Matt and welcome back to another Short War video, and today we have very big news coming out of both the Middle East and also Ukraine. But first of all, we have a bombshell piece of news coming out of the Middle East, because we just learned today that October the 25th, Israel actually struck Iran's top nuclear research facilities, which is responsible for developing all the nuclear material needed for Iran to complete their nuclear program. It was actually completely destroyed by the Israelis, and we just got word of that today on November the 15th. And that is a bombshell piece of news to say the least, because that was allegedly the red line for Iran, and we have yet to see a response. So we have all the details on that. And also another large piece of news coming out of Georgia in the breakaway region of Abkhazia. Apparently the civilians are rioting there as Russia is coming down to try to buy up all of their land in a new investment bill, and it looks like Abkhazia has absolutely delved into chaos as the parliament buildings are being stormed, and also the authorities are out there trying to get it under control to no avail. So that's also very big news as well. And also we are getting word that the Ukrainian attacks on Russian oil are apparently working, and also the sanctions are beginning to really take effect as well, because one by one we're getting reports that Russian oil facilities are shutting down due to financial difficulties, and it sounds like Russia is beginning to have the early stages of a total economic collapse, but of course only time will tell on that one. But we're jumping into our first news article of the day, which goes to Nexta. And this is by far our biggest news story of the day. We have confirmation that Israel has destroyed a top secret nuclear weapons research center in Iran, according to Axios, citing American and Israeli officials. And the target was the Talagan 2 military facility located within the Parchin military complex southeast of Tehran. And satellite images show the building completely destroyed. And it says here that the Israeli Defense Forces, also known as the IDF, struck the facility on October the 25th in response to Iran's attack on Israel on October the 1st, when Iranian forces launched over over 200 rockets at Israeli cities. So to say this is a shocker is an understatement, because we were told that these facilities were not targeted in the last attack, and pretty much all the sources out there agreed on that these facilities were not targeted, and also the U.S. said that they didn't hit them either. So apparently that was a complete lie, because we learned today from the American and Israeli officials that this facility was totally leveled to the ground and there's nothing left of it. And this was one of their biggest top secret nuclear weapons research centers.
Israel is getting more and more based every single day. Kind of saw this coming.
Inside of Iran. So we had heard that Netanyahu wanted to...
Oh, hey, Gum Gum. You having a little drink, Gummy? Oh my god, that's my beautiful little Gum Gum.
Strike these facilities, and apparently we were told by American officials that they would not allow that to happen. But here we see right now the facility has been leveled in a major strike by the Israelis on October the 25th. So that is crazy to see. And moving on here to our next post, this one goes to Aleph. And this one just provides a little bit more detail about what this was and when this was actually active as a nuclear weapons facility. It says here once again, Israel destroyed that active nuclear weapons facility in Iran, according to that Axios report. And the facility at Parchin was used for nuclear research prior to 2003, but Israeli and U.S. officials say that nuclear-related activity was conducted there this year. So apparently it became inactive for quite some time after 2003, and then it was reactivated maybe a year ago or 2 years ago, basically to start Iranian research once again into nuclear weapons. So it was indeed active when they struck it, and it sounds like a lot of material might have been lost at that facility, but we don't have any confirmation of what was lost or what exactly was there as they struck it. But nonetheless, that's a big loss because that was one of their biggest research facilities by far. But with that, we're moving into our next article here, and this one goes to OSINT Defender. And remember, these attacks on the nuclear facilities happened on October the 25th, and we're now on November the 15th. So that was a few weeks back. But nonetheless, the Israelis are still going very, very hard on the proxy forces of Iran. And today we're hearing that the Israeli Air Force carried out strikes for the second day in a row against sites belonging to the PIJ in the Syrian capital of Damascus, with at least 20 PIJ and IRGC individuals being eliminated in yesterday's strikes. So Israel is certainly not relenting whatsoever on the Iranian proxy forces, but also another thing to note as well is we had heard that Iran was going to retaliate against Israel and strike them once again, but apparently they have backed off of those plans completely, at least according to public reporting, and they are actually going to take a back seat now and wait to see what happens with the upcoming developments with the U.S. foreign policy and things like that. So it looks like Iran may have calmed down at least for the short time being. But moving away here from our Israeli and also Iranian news, we are moving on to that news coming out of Abkhazia in the Russian breakaway region of Georgia. In this article from Knoll Reports, we can see that anti-Russian protests are erupting as thousands have stormed the local parliament building in Abkhazia, opposing an investment deal with Moscow, and the agreement would allow Russian oligarchs to buy land and develop real estate in Abkhazia, something that locals fiercely reject, fearing the loss of their land and identity, similar to what's actually happening in occupied Mariupol. So right now things are popping off quite a bit in Abkhazia, which is of course a Russian occupied region, which is a breakaway region of Georgia. This is of course an area which Russia does recognize as an independent state, and right now we're seeing that apparently the civilians there are getting very unhappy with this new investment deal. But let's take a look here and then we'll explain exactly what the deal is with this new bill. So as you can see right here, complete mayhem outside the parliament building here in Abkhazia, and this is quite a lot of people out here protesting this bill. So this situation is getting very out of hand for the Russian forces, which are currently occupying the territory of Abkhazia, which is the breakaway region of Georgia, and things are getting very, very heated out here as the riots actually grow hour by hour. So a very tense situation going down there in Abkhazia, and one to watch certainly. But real quick, we actually saw them actually break the doors to the parliament building and get inside. So let's take see, there appeared to be a truck ramming through the gate of this building right here so it's chaotic out here. Developers inside of Russia are absolutely filing for bankruptcy and collapsing as well. We are hearing that the Russian oil industry is finally getting hit really, really hard because of sanctions and also the Ukrainian attacks. We were told here by the Ukrainian Review that at least 3 Russian refineries had to halt processing or cut runs due to heavy losses amid export curbs, rising crude prices, and also high borrowing costs, according to Reuters. And the 3 plants, the Tuapse, the Ilsky, and also this third plant here, which I really cannot pronounce very well, it's a very tricky name, claim they've suspended or cut runs in the recent months. And man, this has been a long time coming because the Ukrainians have had the desire to knock out the Russian oil industry, because if they can do that, that will have a ripple effect throughout the Russian economy by ultimately causing a collapse. And it sounds like these three major plants right here, which have been the targets of Ukrainian attacks in the past, are now having to cut runs and also taking heavy financial losses as a result of the export curbs as well as the attacks themselves. And also,
where did the narrative that you're Somalian come from? Some dude who made a rational wiki page about me just said it, and people just believed it for some reason.
Rising crude prices. So right now, the Russian economy is looking very, very bad, and we could be seeing perhaps a major Russian crisis here coming up in the next couple of days or even weeks with these things happening all at once. So a very big thing to watch, and we will be watching very closely. And with that, we're moving on to our next article here, and this one's going to go to Null Reports because we just got video today that apparently snow has reached Kyiv, and this is a double-edged sword because we're about to show the video here in just a moment. Of course, it's very beautiful to see the snow in Kyiv, and the civilians do love it, but one thing this does indicate is the very difficult period of fighting has just reached Ukraine and also the Russians as well. This is the winter time, which gets very, very brutal to fight in for both sides, so things might start slowing down here on the front, which is good for Kyiv, I guess you could say, and also good for, I think, the Russians as well, because with this happening, the fighting won't be able to progress as fast as it was going, and this might actually end up slowing up the Kursk offensive for the Russians as well. So let's take a look at the video and see the snow falling down. And right here you can see it. There is the snow flurries falling right down here on the capital city Kyiv inside of Ukraine. But with that, we're moving on to our next post here, which also goes to the Ukrainian Review once again. And nonetheless, with all these challenges that Ukraine is indeed facing right now, the defense minister Umarov inside of Ukraine has said that Ukraine has not changed its goals to liberate all of its territories. And this is how he also commented on the information that Kyiv is ready to postpone the issue of territories in negotiations, freeze the front line, and also focus on security guarantees. And Umarov is basically making it clear right here that Ukraine is not going to give up their land in exchange for a quick peace deal, because that's not real peace, as Zelensky likes to call it. That is simply placating the Russians to let them regroup and once again re-invade Ukraine later when it becomes convenient. So it looks like the defense minister is making it super clear that Ukraine is not falling for that trick, and they will fight to the death to liberate all their territories, which is very noble indeed. And I think that Ukraine will be successful in the end. It's going to be probably a pretty tough fight in between now and then, but they will ultimately be victorious in the end. But with that, we're moving on to our next post here, which goes to Nexta as well. And we have some big happenings coming out of Germany, because today, for the first time in 2 years, apparently Scholz has asked Putin to withdraw troops. And the German chancellor, during a conversation with Putin, called on Russia to negotiate with Ukraine to establish a just and long-term peace. And quote unquote, this is what the German chancellor said. This is Scholz. He said, "I spoke to President Putin on the phone and called him to end the war of aggression by Russia against Ukraine and to withdraw its troops." He also said that Russia must show a willingness to negotiate with Ukraine and with the aim of achieving a just and lasting peace, said the German chancellor. And on this one, I really want to ask the audience, because I have mixed feelings about this, to be perfectly honest, because this is the first time in 2 years that Scholz has spoken to Putin, and nothing has really changed on the Russian side. So all of a sudden, Scholz talking to Putin, I'm really not sure if that was justified or not, but let me know down in the comments below. Do you agree with Scholz? Should he have spoke with Putin, or should he have actually not done this and to conduct ordinary negotiations that will not end in anything, and the way he has been doing for decades? And this allowed Russia to change nothing in his policy, to do nothing in essence, and this is...
Oh my god, dude. They're taking fucking forever to start the next fight. Is there a issue with the fucking stream? Oh, no, there we go. Yeah, they're just blabbing. So the next fight probably won't be finished until like at least 11, if I had to guess. Let's play some video games in the meantime. Let's do some COD matches. I was actually doing really fucking well last night. I was playing with a friend of mine, and I got 3 chopper gunners. Half-Life 2 update. What the fuck? Oh, that's nice. Episodes 1 and 2 are in the main menu. Now integrated Steam Workshop support. Visual pops, missing sprites, mismatched lighting, introduced and updates over the years have been scrubbed away. New settings to improve fidelity. Probably going to be playing Sekiro in the next few weeks. Oh, I have a fucking headache. Oh, Jesus. Let's try hardcore. Forgot my namification to dealer. Sekiro rules. Did you ever try the boss rush mode they added after launch? No. But I'm gonna actually commit to beating the game once we start playing it again. Probably start doing Sekiro run in the next few weeks. Sekiro's the only game from that developer that I actually like.
Hardcore domination. I'm on the OBJ. Secure the objective. Zone C secure. Lead down. Securing B. Fuck.
That is some bullshit. Dude, I didn't even hit my fucking teammates. Suck my dick.
B locked down. Enemy dropped. So long, asshole. Take it in. We have to take this objective.
Ow. Oh my god. Dude, it never makes any sense. Okay then. Okay. Oh. I fucking hate the brightness adjustment. It makes it so hard to see. I don't know if you can turn that off. Damn it! Ah! Okay, this enemy team just... Yeah, okay. Mm-hmm. What in the shit? Oh my god!
Losing Bravo.
Fuck my ass.
Lost B. Taking Bravo underway.
What in the fuck happened there? Oh. For some reason, Melee is programmed to a fucking button that I didn't program it to. Bucket donate $2. I'm just praying Mike Tyson doesn't take out his anger on those poor pigeons when he loses the fight with Jake. Dude is clearly unhinged and should be banned from having animals, pretty sure. Gets his pigeons from a breeder too. Well, you know, it's probably asking too much. Thanks for the donation, dude. Oh my god.
Losing B.
I just don't get it.
Taking Alpha. Bravo lost.
There has to be, okay, yeah. There has to be either some sort of wall hacking thing that they're using, or it's an equipment perk where they can see through fucking walls. I think there's that dumb camera thing that lets you see through walls. There's just no fucking way.
Shot was good. Securing Alpha.
Oh my god.
Push up. Bravo zone secure.
What kind of fucking horseshit.
Tagged and tagged.
I don't know why my character moved. I literally didn't press a button.
This feels right. Shooter in my sights.
This game is stupid. Wow, this game is stupid.
TACOM, get a UAV in the air.
No more sniper. Move. Cover my ass while I work. Can confirm.
The amount of damage your guns do is super fucking inconsistent. Like, you might get 1-hit kills here and there, and then sometimes need like 10 hits to kill a fucking enemy. Okay, this enemy team sucks. Like, we just win. They're literally not doing anything. I don't know why they play domination when they're not even gonna attempt to play OBJ. Yeah, there's some kind of glitch where the controls just stop working. Fuck. Okay, there's only 2 people on the enemy team. They're all rage quitting. We won anyway. Let's do 24/7 nuke. Why not? Well, it's domination. Why wouldn't we camp? We had 2 objectives, so not really any point in moving. Oh my god, fucking Netflix. Bro, are they actually having fucking bandwidth issues? That's great. Dude, Netflix is fucking retarded. First fight, $92. Here's a couple dollars for being such a big, sexy black hunk that I want to funk, and this guy is based.
My engagement is optimized. My engagement's so optimized, bro.
My engagement is so optimized, I don't even know what to think anymore about this game. I feel so optimized that I'm going to make this commentary and just tell you guys exactly what's going on here. This is not a conspiracy video.
Okay, I'll watch that after the match. Thanks for the donation, Versified. Yeah, so now the fucking fight isn't even fucking loading on Netflix. They probably are overwhelmed with traffic, and the fucking dipshits didn't plan ahead of time.
Priming Semtex.
Yeah. Fuck you. Oh my god, and then they spawn behind me.
Hostiles have the hard point. Hard point located.
Yeah, the teammate kills me.
Hard point is active.
Eyes on enemy.
Hard point locked
Oh my god. He's still there and alive somehow.
Move up. Marksman is down.
Is that hard? What the f- Bro, this is hardcore.
Now moving. Hope you enjoyed it.
Yeah, this is hardcore. Oh my god. Fucking hate like every fucking player in this game.
TACOM, I need eyes overhead. TACOM, deploy counter UAV.
Who's the fucking dickhead who keeps throwing smokes?
Semtex armed.
Hard point identified.
It just
Hard point active.
like this literally is not hardcore anymore.
Hostiles have captured the hard point.
The DPS is slightly more than normal mode on MW3, just slightly more. It's fucking insane. Oh my god. Yeah, unless you're using like a specific gun, I guess. Yeah, this thing will kill in one hit, but oh wow. Dude, they're not even fucking playing. They're at 15. Like all they care about is fucking getting the highest KD they can. Why in the fuck are they even playing this game mode?
Hostile counter UAV established above. Enemy UAV inbound. Hard point is secure.
TACOM, I need eyes overhead. Get counter UAV in the air.
Hostiles have captured the hard point. Hard point locked down. Hostiles have the hard point.
Well, okay, I guess.
Hard point identified.
How did that not kill the guy?
Secure.
Eyes on hostile.
I just don't get it. Nothing makes any fucking sense anymore. Thank you.
Enemy UAV inbound. Hostile UAV established overhead. Hostiles have captured the hard point. Hard point located.
Sharpshooter threat removed.
Hard point is active. Hostiles have the hard point. Hard point locked down.
Hostile long gun neutralized.
We're ahead, but stay alert. Marshall's people are no fools. Hardpoint identified.
Requesting recon above.
Like, do you see that? Like, what are they doing?
Hardpoint active. Hardpoint is secure.
Smoke. Leading mine.
He literally just walks into my bullets and nothing happens. Right.
Marksman is down.
Hostiles have captured the hard point. Hard point located. Hard point is active. Hard point locked down. Hostiles have the hard point.
Actually, whatever. Who cares? Doesn't matter.
Move up. Marksman is down.
Hard point is secure.
Sending Semtex.
They never stood a chance. Proceed
250 to 62, and we had to endure all that bullshit for it.
Threat down.
So the Jake Paul Mike Tyson fight still won't fucking load.
This feels right.
Bend over to any tellers to see who called Trump the second George
I
Washington.
need Spanish lessons, no question about it, right away. Enrolling tomorrow. I'm very, very proud to be here. I didn't expect this, but I'll just keep it short and sweet because there's no such a thing as a speech too short. When I did Rocky, if you remember, the first image was a picture of Jesus, and it says Resurrection AC Club. I found a church that had been converted to a boxing ring. So the image pans down from Jesus onto Rocky being hit. And at that moment, he was a chosen person, and that's how I began the journey. Something was going to happen. This man was going to go through a metamorphosis and change lives, just like President Trump. Mythical character. I love mythology. And this individual does not exist on this planet. Nobody in the world could have pulled off what he pulled off, so I'm in awe. He had no idea that he was going to change the world. Because without him, you can imagine what the world would look like.
He's one of the worst presidents in history, and he's saying this about him. It's just so retarded. Thanks for the nation, Ben. Dota Donate Tellers. Love watching you die every 3 seconds and COD complaining every time. Someone really needs to clip these and make a great compilation out of it. Also, read, then watch, then try not to cringe. Protest as the indigenous mayor MPs perform a haka to distribute the vote on a disrupt the vote bill that seeks to diminish their rights. This might be why nobody takes them seriously. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
This is about this game, and I just don't know what to think of it anymore. I think I found the key, though. I think I found the key to actually beating this skill-based matchmaking, engagement-optimized matchmaking system, and that's to take matters into our own hands. Let me just set the stage here and describe this gameplay you're going to see. You saw me putting in me joining the match normally. Now, I have been using a VPN, and then this past week, I have been two-boxing. So VPN, of course, can kind of manipulate the matchmaking a little bit. At the very least, it could geofence you and keep you in your geographical region and not put you in a match in like Bangladesh or whatever where you have like 200 ping, which is already good. That's a really good thing. But on top of that, two-boxing allows you to just beat up on noobs. You can make a bad account, take its stats, join a match, and then just session join that account. And then boom, you can beat up on Timmy No Thumbs and his merry band of morons in Nuketown 24/7. That's typically how it works. Very, very easy to manipulate the matchmaking in this game. So easy, in fact, you can manipulate it just by quitting. I'm not kidding. This match is going to seem a little weird. And what I mean by that is this is a normal match-made game. Outside of that stupid recon bullshit you saw, which is just literal like skill equalization baked in, coded into the fucking game. Anyway, this game is a normal match-made game, but I'd quit out of the match prior. Keep that in mind. I quit out of the match prior because the game bracket, but by quitting the previous match, I seem it's plain as day. So we're going to transition to that, and then we'll get back to this gameplay, and you can kind of see what I'm talking about. And utterly fucked! It's fucked! Tactical Brit covered this in a video and ran tests for days. Scientifically, this game's netcode and desync are horrendous.
Yeah.
Absolutely nothing. No.
Oh, dude, it's fucking terrible. Half the shots you make, like, don't connect.
Nothing is consistent. In this gameplay, again, the TTK, if nothing else, just watch the TTK in this video and tell me it makes any sense. Sometimes I'll drop guys instantly. Were they injured or not before? I honestly don't know. I don't know. We don't have the data. We don't have the data to prove that in this scenario. So
this is what I've been saying.
In some cases, there's a guy, and I'm going to point it out when it happens. I stop firing at this guy, and I fire at his teammate. And I could have swore I hit him with enough shots to kill him the first time, but maybe I didn't. Watching it back, it looked like I hit him with like 4 shots from this XM4 or whatever. So then I take a second to reload and I pop up and I fire at him again, and he continues to take shots. Is he using stim shots and healing really fast? Is he just immune to damage? Am I just getting ghost hit markers? I don't know what actually is going on. I just know that it's not consistent. It doesn't make any sense. I don't understand this game's time to kill. I don't understand this game's time to die. And then it kind of hit me before I even get to that clip that it doesn't really matter if this is rigged or not. It doesn't matter if this is intentional or unintentional or if it's just the netcode being bad. I read this comment the other day, and it just hit me. And I'm going to give you guys the solution right after I read this comment, and maybe another one or two I have saved. The first is this comment on Reddit. This is the most rigged/unfair FPS game I've ever played. The game messes with your aim assist, feels strong in some games and non-existent in others. Gun damage, input latency, packet bursts, and on top of all that, the matchmaking for lobbies is horrendous. You can't say I suck because I have a 2.4 KD, so I'm way above average. I never played a game that gives you so many disadvantages for playing good casually. I really do enjoy the game, but this game is hella rigged and you can't convince me otherwise. This guy just says, welcome to EOMM. And I have another comment from someone that says the same thing, but gives the best solution I've ever seen. Played the game legit up to Prestige 4 before I started hardcore 2-boxing. Managed to hold a 3 KD with around a 1.5 win-loss, which is the worst win-loss I have ever had in a COD. Add constant packet loss, game freezes mid-gunfight, only to work just fine after getting me killed, weapons not doing any damage sometimes, and cheaters running rampant. The game also rigs/balances your matches with horrible teammates. Imagine dropping 40 to 50 kills on TDM only to see all your team double or triple negative with like 10 kills combined. I get the feeling some of these teammates may be actual legitimate bots. We'll come back to that. The second I started using my bot account, most of the server and connection issues became a rarity, and it almost feels like an entirely different game. 2-boxing is the only correct way to play this game, and I encourage everyone with self-esteem to do it. If Activision is not reverting skill-based matchmaking and engagement-optimized matchmaking, we have to bully their protected bracket brain-dead wallet warrior players into quitting the game entirely. The fight is on Activision. A fucking man, brother. And before people get upset about this, I'm gonna regurgitate what I have read in my comment section anytime I make a video about skill-based matchmaking or how sweaty the lobbies are or whatever. People just say, just get better. Just get better. Skill issue. Skill issue. Get better. Skill issue. If skill-based matchmaking didn't exist, I wouldn't be able to do this. I just wouldn't. If these fucking numbskulls that I'm going to be dropping 60, 70 kills on don't want to improve, that is not my problem, motherfuckers. That's not my problem. Sorry. So I want to point out this sequence of events here, and the only thing I can think of is stim shot, but I want your guys' opinions. I'm just going to stop and talk about the gameplay here real quick before we get back to the meat and potatoes. I fire at the Swift guy. I thought I hit him with enough shots to kill him, but I didn't, so I kill his buddy. I take a second to reload. I shoot him again with like 4 more shots. He does not die. The only thing I can think of is stem shot, but I don't know. I do not know. The TTK in this game, in this particular Nuketown match, has been so radically
insanely inconsistent,
I can't tell.
especially in hardcore.
And you know, I went into this match kind of expecting the worst, because this is like a normal lobby, you know? And the fact that it started out pretty good, and it's not just the fact that I, you know, got more deaths in the second half of the game, it's the fact of how the deaths happened. If I get shot in the back, or I just get, like, killed because my sprint out time sucks, or my aim sucks, or whatever, like, that's fine. But it's stuff like this I have a...
No, don't do a separate day for arms. There can be benefits to it if you want to really focus on arm development.
Problem with, and you're going to see in just a second. So... kill this guy coming through the door. His teammate, I kind of lose aim assist on. Then I go over here. This guy kills me while he's not even looking at me. Go back and slow it down. I mean, I just... this is terrible. Whatever this is fucking terrible. That guy killed me with a fucking fart out of his asshole. It looked like, dude, I'm done. I'm sorry. Here's my solution, guys. Let's talk about it. This guy melts me instantly, by the way, sliding. I die in 1 frame. I thought I got sniped. I don't understand it. This guy, I have aim resist on, and I'm not kidding. All this stuff I remember feeling, and I made a mental note on it. So there's that. Aim resist, losing aim assist, you name it, it started happening as this match progressed. I noticed none of this stuff when I'm using a VPN. I noticed none of this stuff when I'm using the 2-box method.
So they're actually changing... They may actually be changing the amount of damage your weapon makes based on some of the matchmaking parameters and how well you're doing in a match.
It just doesn't happen. I cannot explain it other than the fact that this game from the ground up is meant to punish any sort of skill and is an inconsistent pile of steaming goat shit. That's all I can think of. So here's my solution. Sorry to keep you hanging. Here's my solution. I just had to give you context.
You know, that's interesting too, because whenever I do well, I play with a friend of mine who's really low rank, and he has a really bad kill-death ratio. Like, he kind of sucks at shooters. Because I'm in a lobby with him, it might actually be changing some of the game parameters so that it's easier for me to get fucking score streaks.
We'll go from cheapest to most expensive. First of all, just quit. Quit the game. Stop playing it. If that's not on the table because you're addicted, I get it. This game's meant to be addictive. I get it. If that's not on the table, just quit out. If you're experiencing bullshit or having issues, just quit. Just quit out of the match and search for a new match. If you want to take that a step further, grab a VPN. I recommend SBMM Off. I've partnered with them. I use their VPN, and you can use my code in the description if you want to pick that up with a slight discount. And the most expensive option, which if you really fucking hate this system, go for it. $2. Whip out your old Xbox One or PlayStation 4.
Richard, Fortnite and Overwatch are trash. Also Richard, sinks hours into COD, the most generic, non-innovative FPS that has just recycled the exact same game for decades.
Yeah, it's still better than Fortnite and Overwatch. Thanks for the donation, Alu.
And make a new account. Pick up Black Ops 6 either through Game Pass or some other method. I hate to give these guys money twice, though, so, you know, it is what it is. But yeah, just do that, and then take the noob account stats, search for a match, join with your main account, back out the noob account, feast on some noobs. There's all the options. All of those...
Yeah, that's... that's fucked. Let's see... This is just awful. Oh my god. Why does poo stink? Might be because it's poo.
Domination. Go time. Capture the objective. Locking down Charlie. Controlling Bravo.
Wait, is this normal? I think I might have accidentally gone into normal.
Charlie, locked down. Marksman deleted.
I have no idea. Maybe, maybe not. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's normal. Oh my god.
Bravo. Securing B. Taking Bravo. I got it. Scan it. Unstopped. Got me eyes in the sky. RTX deactivated.
This game is just ridiculous. Like, what the fuck? Right, yeah. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. A grenade killed me through the wall. Right. I'm pretty sure it shouldn't be able to do that.
We're rolling on the objective. No more sniper. Move. Watch me fly.
So we're just not going to try and win. We're just happy with losing. How do they, like, it's just so weird. How do they melt me instantaneously? Oh, right. Why am I even asking that question? So they just rig the game so that you'll do worse. I think it's pretty obvious at this point that they actually adjust the amount of damage your weapon does based on, like, some weird arbitrary stats. Like, how did that guy take so long to die? And he almost killed me in half a fucking second. Like, there's just no way. So, yeah, they rigged the game. That explains why, when I play with my friend who sucks at the game, I always do better. It's because of the weird thing they have that just makes your weapons do more damage. What the fuck exactly were they thinking? It's really weird. Like, they made a game where there's no competitive element to it? Like, that's what they wanted? What's the point of playing the game then?
Hardcore team deathmatch.
That also explains, yeah, okay. That also explains why they made the kill streaks so high. They want to minimize the skill gap between players as much as possible. You know, because why would anybody want to have fun playing the game, you know, and get good at it or anything? There's just no way. He shot me through the fucking wall with a pistol when I shot right where he was?
Hostile UAV established overhead.
This is a true shitload of fuck.
Marksman deleted. Sending a Semtex. Eyes on.
Oh my god. That is just too strange.
God, that never gets old. Sniper's gone. Push up. Assaulting. Backup's not coming. You want to get out of this alive? Better step up. Semtex open.
There's another guy on the side.
Not this time, fuckface. No more snipers. Move. Guess I chose the wrong people for the job. My bad.
We're in the 9th out of 10 round with the women's fight, so the Mike Tyson fight's coming up soon. It keeps going down. Wow, what a fucking pile of shit. They really shouldn't have hosted this on Netflix.
Hardcore team deathmatch. Neutralize all threats. We've taken the lead. Stay on task. We've given up the lead.
Fuck.
Indicating waypoint.
Grid clear. Sharpshooter threat removed.
Enemy UAV inbound.
Contact. Enemy UAV.
Hostile counter UAV established above.
Damn it.
They've taken the lead. Hostile UAV established overhead. You're falling behind, Crimson.
Right. And now, suddenly, my bullets aren't killing again.
Hostile care package inbound.
Are you kidding me? Like,
Move up. Marksman is down. Watch your target ID, punk. Hellstorm ready to launch. Marking Hellstorm target. Hellstorm missile away. Two kills.
Enemy UAV inbound.
how could he have seen me through the smoke? Wow. What in the fuck is going on? And a teammate kills me. Brilliant, dipshit.
Hostile long gun neutralized.
You're being outplayed, Crimson One. Step it up.
Waypoint marked. Bagged. That's 5. Hostile shooter. Confirming kill. Ten kills.
Damn it.
Don't reward failure. Work out what we're
Weird. As soon as the game lets me kill people, I do well. Isn't that strange?
Hostile sniper taken out.
And also, suspiciously, there's a guy who's rank 1 on our team. Use pistol only, yeah. Well, it is broken. Oh. Oh.
Hardcore domination. You know what Langley expects. Get it done. Securing Zone A.
Jesus fucking Christ.
We're winning. Keep it that way.
Sharpshooter threat removed.
Bravo locked.
Oh my god.
Hostiles are playing the lead.
I don't know what the fuck you mean by triple shot, dude.
Sniper frag neutralized.
Okay, so we have a shit team, and a little suspicious there might be hackers on their team.
Hostile UAV established overhead.
Yeah, okay.
Objective capture in progress.
We locked down.
Tackle. Deploy counter UAV. Requesting recon above.
What? We have the objective! Why are they... My teammates are throwing grenades at me when we have the objective? Why?
Bro, I can't even. That's psychotic.
We claimed the advantage. Now hold it.
TACOM Stone requesting napalm strike. Get a UAV on grid. Requesting CUAV above.
No idea what this enemy team is doing. Yeah, they're just not playing OBG. I have a funny feeling a teammate was the one who threw the smoke as well.
Hostile long gun neutralized. Gotta start somewhere.
Losing Bravo.
Yeah. Right.
Losing B.
That is sus.
Losing Bravo.
TACOM, I need eyes overhead.
We lost B.
TACOM, deploy counter UAV.
Just doesn't make sense. And no, the fight has not started yet. Okay.
Enemy UAV inbound.
Hostile dusted.
Enemy CUAV inbound.
Enemy trophy system disrupted.
God damn it. It legit feels like there may be bots in the game. It's just so weird. What in the fuck? Like, some of this shit is just like, what the fuck?
Trophy eliminated.
They've taken the lead.
Move up. Marksman is down.
And a teammate kills me. Thank you, dipshit. Yeah, they're just no fucking way.
Taking Bravo underway.
There's just no way.
Taking B. Net call. Enemy watchdog helo inbound. Bravo zone secure.
Get a counter UAV in the air.
Losing B.
This game is fucking stupid.
Target appears hostile.
Yeah. Yeah, it's... The lose game mode has been turned on.
Requesting recon above.
Yeah, lose game is being turned on. I don't know if somebody on their team is also hacking because some of the shots they're making are ridiculous and they're pre-firing me around corners across the entire map. But, time to kill is increased. They melt me in an instant, and I was doing that last game. And now, yeah, see? I got like 4 or 5 hit markers, and then no kill. Alright. Wow, Netflix sucks, dude.
Do you still believe full body workouts are superior to other splits? What split are you running now and why?
They're not necessarily superior. They have advantages and disadvantages. I'm doing a push-pull leg split just because it's easier to do that on the diet. Thanks for the donation, Justin. I have to keep clicking on the stream, have it reset, then it pauses and buffers, then it crashes, then I have to go back to Netflix Home, and then the stream will start, then it'll run for like 10 seconds, then it will buffer, crash. Like, doesn't Netflix normally get a lot of fucking traffic? Why are they unable to fucking run this fucking stream? And the fight's about to start too. It's just wonderful.
March toward domination. We have to secure the objective.
Taking this objective.
Who the fuck even killed me?
Nice. We're pulling ahead. Enemy is down.
I don't even...
Bravo. Taking A. Engage in Tango. They're taking C.
Hostile long gun neutralized.
Taking Bravo underway. Hostile counter UAV established above. Enemy UAV inbound. Bravo is ours. Losing B.
This game is a fucking mess.
Enemy CUAV inbound.
I think I'm like done.
Hostile UAV established.
Like they're not there, then they spawn right behind me, then I just get shot in the back.
Enemy UAV inbound.
Yeah, there we go. Uh-huh.
Taking B. Bravo zone secure. Kill. Securing Alpha. Losing B. I'm on the OBJ. SATCOM, requesting recon overhead. We're losing Charlie. We lost B. Zone A secure. Hostile long gun. We lost C. Losing A. Deploy Watchdog Hilo to my grid. Fire requesting CUAV tasking. Taking the objective. Bravo. Watch my 6.
We have to take this objective.
Bravo is on.
Alright, well, the Jake Paul fight's starting. Switch to knife for agility. Right. You don't own the game, do you? There you go. Stream crash. Start again. Oh my god. I think I'm 1 or 2 minutes behind on the stream because otherwise it just crashes. I got Mike Tyson. They're just wasting time and blabbing right now, doing commentary. No, I didn't bet any money. No, haven't seen the movie Creep. I'm doing just fine, freaky, creepy gamer. Yeah, I was the tallest in my class in school. Oh my god, they're just fucking yapping. Dude, it's almost 12 midnight. Like, fucking get on with it. Ugh. Hey, gum gum. Gummy. Gum gum. Where's my gum gum? Gum gum. What are you up to, gum gum? Oh my goodness, gum gum, you're so beautiful. Gum gum. You can order the hoodie I'm wearing on Teespring. It's linked in my videos. It's hilarious how, like, they're showing clips of Jake Paul's other fights. They're all old, retired dudes. Aside from the one guy who beat him. The only sugar I normally consume is just from, like, sauces that I add to my foods, like Korean barbecue sauce. Stuff like that. Yeah, Paul the geriatric abuser. Yeah, I still don't think Jake Paul is as fast as Mike Tyson, even with Mike's old age. I think Mike still might have a little more quickness and power in his punches. Yeah, the choice to be Punisher or Spawn, who would you pick? Well, Spawn comes with so many fucking downsides, right? Like, isn't he, like, doomed to live in hell and crap? So I'd probably pick Punisher. If I had to choose between, like, just based on powers alone, obviously Spawn. Holy fuck, when are they starting the fucking fight, dude? Hey, Gummy. Oh, there's my sweet little Gum Gum. Hey, Gum Gum. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I don't know if they're planning on starting it right at 12 midnight. It might be 11 more minutes of inane blabbing. Oh my god, is it actually starting now? Oh, the national anthem. That's great. Hey, Gum Gum. You want to sit on my lap, Gum Gum? What are you up to, little baby? Hmm? Oh, Gum Gum. I love you. I love you, Gum Gum. Gum Gum is my Gum Gum. Yeah, I know the stream's behind dipshit. If I try to make it go, like, totally live, it just crashes. I don't know if there's anywhere else to, like, stream it from.
Jake Paul.
Dude, that's fucking crazy. Somebody's actually live streaming it on YouTube. How's that not getting taken down? Somebody's literally live streaming the event on YouTube. Yeah, I think I'm like 3 or 4 minutes behind. Gum Gum. What are you doing up there, Gum Gum? No, there's no point in streaming it on my Discord. Hey, Gummy. How's my Gum Gum? Who's your favorite boxer and MMA fighter of all time? Boxer would have to be Mike Tyson. MMA fighter, I don't know. Oh, when are they gonna start? Dude. Jake's making his entrance in some gay-ass car. Hey, Gum Gum.
you have some good num nums, gum gum? My goodness, I love you. You're so handsome. Yeah, come here, gum gum. How's my gummy? How's my gum gum? Oh.
All right, well, we're getting close. They're both in the ring. Eight 2-minute rounds. Interesting. Hopefully that's enough time for Mike to get a knockout. Yeah, I'm behind on the fucking stream, jackass, because Netflix keeps crashing. And Mike Tyson's looking fucking jacked, dude. Donate Tellers, why do you even care about this fight or who wins? Because they are both scumbag pieces of shit. Also, by the way, do you have a protein shake every single day without fail? And how many grams of protein is in it? Do you ever get 0.75 grams per pound some days? Oh, do you ever not get? I've been having two 50-gram protein shakes every day. And I usually have at least one. And do I ever not get 0.75 grams per pound? I wasn't getting 0.75 grams per pound for the entire duration of my diet. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Alright, it's finally fucking starting. And Paul's already clinching. I got him with a good jab. Oh shit. Mike's coming after him. Yeah, Jake Paul's definitely spooked. Fights on Netflix. Yeah, dude, Mike still got it. He completely ducked Jake's left hook. Donate tellers, how much protein per pound are you getting on your diet then? I was getting 100 grams per day. And my weight changed every day, so. Thought you said you need 0.75 grams, whether you're bulking or cutting. I said that's ideal, not that you need it. It doesn't matter, question mark, it matters. You just don't need it. And how many cups of liquid is in your shakes? Because that must taste like disgusting if you put that much protein in a shake. Usually I have 650 grams of water. Oh, thank you, Netflix. Yes. Have the stream fucking crash again for no reason. Fuck you. Literally, fuck you. Oh my god. This is so bad. Mike Tyson fight live stream. Let's see if there's people giving commentary on YouTube.
Catch Mike Tyson with a left. And here we go to round number 4. 2 rounds to 1. Mike Tyson's still up in the scorecard. Here we go. Round number 4. Mike Tyson can't get gassed out like that. He's going to have to work some angles.
Thank you for what you do. You have been inspiring me during a difficult time in my life.
Well, thank you, James. Glad I could help. Appreciate the donation, man. Wow, Netflix sucks, dude.
2 jabs land from Jake Paul. Mike Tyson just a standing target. This reminds me, a nice left hook. This reminds me of Mike Tyson versus Lennox Lewis. Definitely the same strategy. Jake Paul just sticking and moving. Mike Tyson is way off balance. Nice uppercut from Jake Paul. Another jab from Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson just looking real, his age is showing. A nice left hook. A nice left hook. Mike Tyson's legs are wobbly right now.
Okay, finally.
Mike Tyson looks hurt right now. He looks exhausted. He's standing in the middle of the
No,
ring.
crashed again.
Jake Paul just dancing around Mike Tyson. Great jab, right, straight right to the body of Mike Tyson. Man, another jab lands from Jake Paul. Left and right, great head movement from Mike Tyson, and blocks that barrage from Jake Paul. Mike Tyson, great head movement, also blocking, keeping his guard nice and tight, tighter than Tupac and Suge in '94, tighter than my ex-girlfriend. 17 seconds left in the 4th round. Right, left, straight, right to the body. Right, left hook from Jake Paul. Mike Tyson is trying to move around, trying to stick and move. Tries to land a jab. Mike Tyson didn't land one jab in this round. Not one punch Mike Tyson landed in this fight, in this round. That round's going to be all Jake Paul. We're tied 2-2, gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, all my bros and hoes, different error codes. I got this tied 2 rounds to 2. Jake Paul and Mike
Thanks,
Tyson
Netflix.
going into
That's great.
the 5th round. We're at the halfway mark right
What
now.
a load of
And
bullshit.
Mike Tyson's age is showing. But on the bright side, everybody, gang, on the bright side, Mike Tyson won a round at 58 years old.
Like that's just great, right? Like, Netflix cancels all their good fucking shows, so there's jack shit to fucking watch, and then when they have a big event like this, oh, it just doesn't fucking work. Like, go bankrupt, motherfucker. Oh my god, what a trash fucking streaming service.
Much higher Mike Tyson in the 80s. Besides Buster Douglas, of course, but that was 1990. But right now, Mike Tyson's 58 years old. And here we go, round number 5. Round number 5. Here we go. Second half of this fight. Mike Tyson versus Jake Paul. Jake Paul still pulling out that jab, still pulling out that measuring stick, trying to lead Mike Tyson in. Mike Tyson staying stationary, which I don't know why he's standing right in front of Jake Paul. Jake Paul has his hands down right now, showing no respect to Mike Tyson's power. Just landing at will for Jake Paul. Oh, a nice left hook lands from Jake Paul. Another jab lands from Jake Paul. Oh, nice left and a right lands from Jake Paul. Uppercut and a left lands from Jake Paul. Great combination put together from Jake Paul. Another left lands from Jake Paul. Jake Paul just tagging him up right now. Left lands from Mike Tyson. Another jab lands from Jake Paul. Oh, a nice left hook lands from Jake Paul. Another jab lands to the stomach from Jake Paul. Jake Paul just firing at will right now.
Okay, the stream's working on the fucking like bootleg site. That's great. Isn't that just absolutely fucking brilliant? You have to like basically pirate the fucking stream to watch it. Yeah, I think Mike Tyson might be gassing. Looks like he's getting hurt by body shots. He is evading a lot of hits to the head, but looks like Jake's getting in a lot of body shots. All right, round's over. So, what was that? Is that the 4th or the 5th? Yeah, it's looking like Jake Paul's gonna win. Yeah, Jake landed a pretty good overhand right on Mike's face. Mike Tyson got a good left hook on his chin. Come on, Mike. Just please knock this fuckhole out. Yeah, Jake has just landed more shots total. He keeps getting Mike with jabs to the body. Kid Boot on $8, you think AOC has a decent chance of becoming president? No, not a shot in hell. She's far too retarded. Thanks for the donation though, Kid Boo. She's also buddy-buddy with anti-Semites like Hassan. She's very anti-Israel. Way too fucking progressive. Just no chance. Okay, I think that was the end of the 6th. Round 7. I hope Mike just goes for it, like the last round or two. He really needs a knockout to win this. Jake's just winning by points. He just keeps getting Tyson with those shots to the body. Tyson just doesn't have an answer for it. Yeah, Tyson's pretty flat-footed. Jake got Mike with a good combination. All right, that's the end of the 7th. One more round. Yeah, Jake's going to win. Mike has to knock Jake out at this point, and it doesn't look like it's going to happen. I think he's too tired. He's got to just get going this last round. Just try to land some haymakers right to the head. I don't know if he's going to bother. He might just try and survive. Yeah, Jake's really stepping up the pressure, landing some hits to the head. Yep. It's over. Jake Paul won. Mike's just hanging in there. Well, Jake won. Yeah, it was a pretty shitty fight. Would you beat Jake or Logan Paul in a boxing or MMA match? I think I'd have better chances of winning against Jake Paul. Logan Paul, it would be very, very hard for me to beat him in an MMA match. He has a big wrestling background. I don't think Jake... I don't know if Jake wrestled. But, yeah, I'd have to, you know, do a lot of training to bridge that skill gap. All right, well, that's that. Okay, I have a really bad headache right now. So I think I'm going to have a relax. There's a chance I might start another stream in a few hours because my sleep schedule's been fucked. And if I'm feeling better in a few hours, I might start another stream and we'll just chill and game and stuff. But, yeah, I'm feeling pretty crappy and I have a bad headache. But hope you all had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. And yeah, if I'm feeling better and my headache goes away, there's a good chance I'll be up at 3, 4 in the morning. I'll do another stream. Take care, everybody.